your player that plays a part of the team, your leader that leads the team, but also plays a part with them. And now being in this league for only 2 seasons, I've learned what it means to be a good teammate.
Notice they're gonna have to hang on for 30 seconds. Yeah. Oh, a touch!
Too close. Oh my goodness.
I was nervous that I was like the annoying new kid. Like I was like I feel like I definitely was as well. Like my mindset was like if I can get my name out there, then like I have better chances of being on teams. And I was that person. I would DM all the GMs and be like, "Hey, you wanna like run twos? Like you wanna
change what he wants to do, and see if you can use that to create some openings on your own end." As we have a pinch with Timmy and Lozzie getting into the game, as I had said, offering.
I feel like in season 3, all the way back when I first joined, used to be this like little bug, but now I'm like super confident, and I've fully committed to this grind, and I'm so stoked to have 2 teams on LAN.
They're knowing what the assignment is right now, and that is to kill the clock. And my goodness,
no.
what with the fake?
It's amazing. I feel like I've never met so many great people through a video game before. Prior video games I've played, I meet, a couple of great people, but, within the span of, even the last, like, what has it been, like the last 2 years?
When you think about it, okay, in my shoes, I know it's cliche to say, but MNCS really means everything.
I think I'll like personally continue to try to improve my GMing game, and as long as Dicey keeps pushing me, I'll have someone to to measure up against.
I'm definitely gonna keep competing. That's the goal. I want to stay a part of MNCS for me. The future looks like a tournament win or like a LAN win. That's what the future looks like for me.
I'd shout out honestly everyone in MNCS, but for LAN, I don't really care if this backfires because I'm gonna speak my mind. I've got 2 chances to lift a trophy, and I'm lifting the trophy.
It's something that means a lot because you're from the area and because everybody's so passionate about it. Like everybody wants it to work, and we did that.
side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's all bet tonight. Let's lose our mind. She holds, it's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to the Quarry Arena. We have our premier lower finals. I'm Tony Ernie, joined by my good friend Cabbage. Cabbage, we have another barn burner in front of us.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute stellar one. I mean, it's number 1 and number 2 in Premier coming into the postseason. Two teams that have battled back, haven't played each other all that much, but have battled for that top spot in the league amongst themselves throughout the season.
Yeah, and we saw earlier in the season the Lumberjacks, they won that first major, so they were the horse that was in the lead at the start of the season. But then that 5th, 6th finish in that second major kind of had them fall behind a little bit, but here they're vying for a grand final spot.
Yeah, and I mean, both these two teams direct qualified to LAN because of that number 1, number 2. So there was kind of a question of if they'd come, if they'd show up and if they'd be ready to play. And I mean, personally, I think they both did. Lumberjacks, of course, that sweep over the Inferno off stream to start off, but then, the Superiors 4-3 loss against the Rhythm, but that Rhythm team that's now in the grand finals and has been playing stellar. So
the whole franchise has been playing stellar.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, of course, we saw it yesterday. 4 series, 4 wins on stream for the Rhythm. Can't complain. Dicey's having a good weekend.
Wolf's having a great weekend.
Wolf's having a great weekend. Like we said, it's Wolf's chair up there. He's just he
the
always
apex
sits there.
predator.
Yeah,
But we're not talking about them. We have the Lumberjacks and the Superiors. Lumberjacks, Purg, Fusion Bleach, and Fishy. Lumberjacks, they've been a solid franchise over the years, and so here again they're almost a staple at LAN. It feels.
Yeah, and it's a team that has a lot of components going for it. Of course, Purg, we know, is a solid player, been around for a few seasons. Fusion Bleach, household name, you know who he is if you're an MNCS. And then Fishy, that third piece that could really kind of pull this team together and try to make them into a championship contender, which of course they are. They got to get through the Superiors first, and Superiors, we talked about them yesterday. Honestly felt like they were going to take that series away from the Rhythm. It was that 2-game start on the side of the Rhythm, but then 3 wins in a row for the Superiors, and it was that like 10-minute drought where the Rhythm could just not score, and it was just the weirdest thing. But of course, before we get into this one, we got to do some predictions.
We have to do predictions, and after yesterday, I became such a fan of him. It's going to be the Marty difference that will lead the Superiors to punch their ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, and Ben Storm, I love you. Don't hate me, but I got to go with my franchise in the Duluth Superiors. So, I can hear the chirping. I can hear it. a lot of chirping from the peanut gallery here, but everybody knows the casters know more than the crowd.
Absolutely.
We've read the script and everything, so we know what's
I
happening.
wrote the script.
You did actually, yeah. Yeah, actually the broadcast journalism degree. You did write the
exactly.
Script, yes. But anyway, yeah, like we said, these two teams having a variety of paths to get here. Both lost to the Inferno, both beat the Inferno and lost to the Rhythm. But it's time to figure out who our last grand finalist is.
One final team will punch their ticket to the grand finals, and one will go home. Fishy gonna pop this one up, has time, has space, fakes the flip reset, can't force it through Duluth players. But the Lumberjacks continue the attack.
Yeah, and I'm really looking for some high-intensity gameplay. The last series just was a little bit calmer than I was really expecting for the level of play, so I want to see a lot more of that action. We've seen some highlights. We've seen some great action, as of course, I say that, and both players miss on the on opposite sides of the ball there, but love to see what happens. Of course, we looked to Purg yesterday to help this team get going, and Marty, I mean, you called him the X Factor. He brings that extra little bit that is exciting to see, and I mean, teammates in Volt Destroyer and Kaden, two very capable players as well, so, both sides really complete.
Looking to force this one around the wall at this level. That's not really going to work. You're going to need to get things. You got to get inside passes going. Get something in front of the net. Working it around the wall is not going to work at this level. Maybe if you're like Diamond like me. But here when everyone's SSL or at least GC3, you got to be more creative.
Yeah, and that's really the key here. Is about who can utilize their team more. We talk about those players that are the difference makers, but really it comes down to who has the team game. We saw yesterday when the Lumberjacks were really struggling. It was when it just felt like it was one player who's showing up. Nice bump opportunity there, but Purg able to get the save. It's when those teams come together and use each other, use the passes, use the backup, things like that. That's when you start to see them really start to flourish.
Both teams not showing their cards a lot yet. Fishy getting the demo off screen onto Kaden. And again, both teams just kind of going through the motions, waiting for an opening. Don't want to overextend. Don't want to be the one to give up that first goal in a series. Game one, so important to starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, you don't want to fall behind. You don't really want to struggle. I mean, of course, best of 7 though, and this is nice too because here in the lower final, there's no game advantage. There's nothing like that. Grand final, upper team will start with that 1-0 advantage. don't love it, but you got to have some way. Otherwise, you know,
You gotta
why,
reward the
yeah,
team.
why even play the bracket if you just didn't give them the advantage? And of course, don't really have the time for a bracket reset, all things considered. So that's the nature of it. But
Yes,
here,
there
yeah.
is a plethora of Rocket League going on here today, and I'm all for it.
Oh yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw a handful of Game 7s on stream. I mean, I think we had 2 of them ourselves. So
Yes.
it was really absolutely stellar. As we hear the shouts behind us, that's going to be Fusion Bleach opening up the scoring just about halfway through.
Fusion again, he had time to read that off the backboard. You got to defend the backboard. Great placement, goes top shelf.
Yeah.
Volt, you know, he's there, but with that placement, it makes it so much harder to save.
Yeah, and that one, I mean, absolutely stellar. Of course, you know, that's the thing we talk about too with these players versus the average player. You know, you see anybody, lower leagues, lower players, things like that, they'll just rip that one at net. It's saved. It's taken care of. But right there, you see he knows he has to put that
Takes the
just
time.
under the bar, and does.
He takes this time. This is the lower final. These are some of the best players in the upper Midwest, Cabbage. And they're here for a reason. The MNCS is the league you want to be in the upper Midwest to show your prowess. But again, both teams fighting for a spot in that grand final. Lumberjacks have the early edge.
Yeah, and they'll try to see if they can keep this one going. Of course, 1-goal lead. A lot of these games have been either more stretched out than that, or kind of a 3-2, a 4-3, something a little bit more high scoring. So I would be surprised if it's a 1-0 game to start this one off between these two sides. As Fusion Bleach, he'll try to take this one himself. Gets it around 1. Now trying to get something out of the corner here. A little bounce pass out towards mid.
Gorgeous.
Berg's going to put that one away. Really nice work once again. And team play elevating the Lumberjacks so far.
That is the pizza on the platter. From Fusion Bleach straight to Purge, just a tap in. And for Duluth, you got a minute 20. I'd like to see them get one. They've really just kind of been shut down on the offensive side throughout this series.
Yeah, and that's the real thing, is that how do they break back into this? How do they find something? And that's a great fake there out of Perk. He'll take it sidewall as well. Try to set up another pass. I mean, it's been stellar for the Lumberjacks. Trying to body, he gets through 2, but unfortunately the pace is not quite there. Fusion Bleach shot as well, but under a minute to go, and it's Lumberjacks comfortable.
Lumberjacks comfortable. I wouldn't sit on it, though. I wouldn't turtle up, because the Superiors team is deadly. But like we saw in the last series yesterday, it took them 3 games to really get into the motions.
And once they hit that third game, it wasn't a quiet third game. It wasn't
No.
like they just barely scraped by. It was back-to-back shutouts and multi-goal shutouts. So, you know, takes a little bit to warm up, but if you post back-to-back shutouts after starting kind of soft, that's fine.
Oh, that was a great chance from Volt Fishy on the goal line, saying, no way, Jose. Final 15. Superior's just trying to get one. They throw the kitchen sink at it. Volt cuts the deficit in half. A little bit of redemption for Volt. 10 seconds, there's time, but they're going to need a little bit more than a miracle here, I think.
Well, and, you know, talk about the Superiors as well. They're a team that can score 0-second goals. We saw
Yes.
the world's weirdest bounce yesterday against the Rhythm in that one, where they scored at 0 seconds. Now, Volt, he has a chance there, but that one whiffs wide. I think he could have put
Good
that one
demo.
away, but just a little too quick on it. Now,
Not in
this
a good
one's
spot.
really tough.
In the corner, that's going to do it. Lumberjacks pinch it down. They will take game number 1. In close fashion, 2-1 per and Fusion Bleach tallying goals for the Lumberjacks. Superiors get one late for Volt.
What it's surprising to see as well, because the shots actually 10-5 in favor of the Lumberjacks, 4-4 in saves. So the Lumberjacks, if they convert more of those shots, I mean, they have a lot of space to work with there. They put a little bit more crispness on those shots, on those opportunities.
Fine-tuned them a bit more.
Yeah, this one's like a 4-1 game, 5-1, something like that. So really could get out of hand. But I mean, you talk about Marty. We need to see him on the offensive side. Couple of saves there. We love to see it, but the offense is what was lacking in game 1. Let's see if they can turn that around game 2.
I know we're kind of giving the motive for the Superiors that they take a little bit longer to warm up. But here, you know, you don't want to waste your time. You potentially might have another best of 7 you have to play today. So you want to finish the series as quick as you can, rest up, and then get ready for what could be the biggest game of your life.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, is that you have to focus on that match coming up later today, but you can't lose sight of what's going on right now. You can't just expect to say, okay, we got to play the rhythm again later. You still have to earn that. You still have to get to that matchup. So don't take anything for granted. Go all out here, and only game 2, plenty to work with here, but we got to see something early on for the Superiors, especially I'm looking to Marty.
It's a good early demo shot, just wide. Superiors will manage for a moment. Fishy trying to find that pass. Volt. Perg out of nowhere. Marty gets a hand up. Keep Fusion out of the back of the net. 30 seconds. Done and dusted. And again, it feels like more of the same for game 1.
Yeah, and it's kind of this back and forth battle early on. We'll have to see if either team can start putting on that consistent pressure. Of course, that's the biggest thing we saw yesterday too, is that when the Superiors started doing well, as Caden puts that one in, a great pass there. Marty in on the offense now, and Caden converts.
Someone want to check his monitor to see if there's a protractor on there? That was a close angle. Gets that through. Duluth, now they have the upper hand. Now can they hold on to it and extend their lead? That is the question I am asking them.
Yeah, and like I was saying, on those... Oh, no, they won't. Oh, they will actually! Volt Destroyer shuts me up. It is saved there. I thought that one was done. But like I was saying with the Superiors yesterday, once we saw them really starting to succeed, it was when they could keep that consistent offensive pressure. It's when they did not allow their opponents any space to breathe, any space to work with, and it allows them just to suffocate and score those goals.
Fishy able to just work through a 50 Perg. A bit of a mistouch. Marty will pick up. Bodies one top. Crossbar can't find it. Fishy on the goal line, shutting him down. Fishy, the goal line gladiator for this Lumberjack team.
And I mean, both sides on that one having an opportunity that looked like it was in the back of the net, but because of just the level of play that you see out of these teams, somebody's able to get back and make something happen out of a miracle, as that one's a pair of players for the Superiors going for it, but
what is going
double
on?
Commit's not punished. Yeah, some awkward interactions here.
Another
Another double
up
commit.
front. Everyone's scrambled.
Yeah, they're getting a little too close to each other, and that's the thing too we talk about is look for that space. Try to spread yourselves out, because these players can thrive in open space.
Marty's going to get one downfield, but guess who? It's Fishy. He's there to send it away. Touch bounces back mid. Fishy looking for a centering touch, but Fusion was nowhere near ready for the pass. Duluth looking to regroup. Fishy removes Caden for now. Approaching halftime, Lumberjack have had chances, just haven't been able to convert so far.
As now, once again, it's halfway gone in this one, and I'm surprised. I thought we were going to see kind of a back and forth, multi-goal game where both teams putting up 3 or 4 even. But so far, it's been the battle of the defense with a couple of whiffs mixed in there as well. And maybe that's early series nerves, LAN nerves, whatever you want to call it. But I think these teams, once they start to heat up, as that one's upper 90, it bounces out a triple.
That's a big triple.
Now. Fishy, can he put it away? Yes, he can. And that's a tie game there. Lumberjacks capitalize on a huge mistake out of the Superiors defense.
Fishy pumping the brakes here, making everybody miss. And it's that hesitancy. It's that wherewithal to know that if I just slow down while everyone's going a million miles an hour, they're going to fly past the ball and I have an open net.
Yeah, and I mean, and like I said, the triple commit there really weird as well, because the Superiors, that tells you there's a lack of composure or lack of comms, one of the two there, because you don't expect a team of this caliber to have 3 players all going for it unless it's 5 seconds left, game winner, LAN winner, whatever like that. It's not something that
Hold
can happen
on,
like
Volt Destroyer
this.
gonna fan on it. Marty follows up.
Fishy once again.
Fishy. He's there to stop the ball. On the goal line. Volt, that's a good pass. And again, Fishy, he's just farming saves out here. Trying to set a game record, maybe.
Yeah, and actually, I think once again we're told that the salary agreement between the Superiors and Fishy was based on saves and touches. So look to him to keep that going here. Of course, wants that extra bonus.
Incentives,
Yeah, no, it's,
Nevertheless, we'll go back to gameplay here. Final minute, we're tied 1 apiece here in game number 2. Duluth looking to tie this series up. Lumberjacks looking to double up. Perg wide. Can he follow the backboard? He does. You have to defend the backboard, ladies and gents. Otherwise, that's going to happen to you.
Well, in this one, it's essentially a 1v3, and I know you talk about it. Mistakes. First mistake, last mistake. Back-to-back mistakes now for the Superiors. A triple commit, and there, 3 players back on defense. They trust that 1 player to go, and it's a mistake. It's really tough to have that be the reason you
The
lose this
first one,
game.
they all went. The second one, none of them went.
Exactly. Well, it's just that's the problem is you got to find somebody to be there on time. Is now another chance here. Fusion. That's going to be saved out to the far side. Fishy, a nice soft touch. Setting it back there for Perg. Now Fusion, he'll settle into the corner, try to put it low out mid, but of course too many players behind the ball, but this might have been a late enough goal that ends up sealing them a 2-0 lead in the series, unless the Superiors have some of that late game magic.
Still plenty of time. That's a big demo from Perg. It's an open net the other way. Fishy gonna get credit. Gets his second of the game.
Yeah, and Fishy going for that one.
Little style points.
Like, definitely style points. Call it that if you'd like. I don't know what.
I would have gone for the turtle personally because that's what, an extra 10.
He's got to be careful though, because Voltestar almost could have been back on that one, and also you got to be careful. Those stylish goals there can kind of could light a fire under the Superiors. They might have some of that. Okay, they're gonna start trying to make these fancy fun goals on us. Let's show them what's up in Game 3. So this one definitely wrapped up here. A 2-0 series lead will fall in favor of Bemidji, and for the Superiors, I think I expect them to wake up in Game 3, but I don't know what it takes in this one.
At this point for Duluth, I need more. Because they're just not up to par right now with the Lumberjacks. And the Lumberjacks, they aren't doing anything wild and crazy either. They're just extremely consistent. 10 shots to 6 in favor of Bemidji. Fishy, only 3 saves. That doesn't feel right.
Well, it's those instances where you stop the shot before it's a shot.
That's
so, you know, it's really
fair.
You could put 6 or 7 up on that scoreboard, and it could technically count. But of course, you know, Rocket League, as fickle as it is, you'll get some back and forth there. But like you said, I mean, it was another good game. The Superiors, good defense there as well. 6 saves this time as a team, but it's the offense again. And I mean, Marty had that really nice pass, Caden, like you said, with that great angle. But now it's Voltestar being quiet. It's got to be a team. It's got to be all 3 of them helping out.
And this was the problem we had with them yesterday. We didn't see that team synergy. But then we eventually saw it in games 3 and beyond. So maybe this is where they really kick it into gear. We'll have to see. But again, my another gripe I have with the Superiors is that when they clear the ball, they don't get it out of the dangerous area quickly enough.
Yeah. Well, and we talked about it yesterday too. I'm gonna talk back about a lot of that series just because we were there, and of course we saw what happened so much. It felt like for the Superiors, when that game was going so well, when that series was going so well, the clearances were there, and not only that, but the clearances were with a purpose. It wasn't just ripping it down the field. It was that, you know, that nice transition play that we love to see as we
player 1 to player 2.
Yeah, see something here out of Caden, but that one's shut down by Fishy. A little bit of awkward interaction there in the midfield, but Fishy will get another bang downfield, trying to get the Lumberjacks started here early.
That's a good fake from Fishy, and his teammate will flourish. Fusion just gonna tap this one through. Marty and Volt took it hook, line, and sinker.
And what's been interesting to see so far with the Superiors defense, I credit them for playing well, but a couple of times now what we've seen is you know, 2 players near the ball when it's scored. So it's the players are there. It's just not quite the conversion we need as Fusion takes another shot there. Caden, he'll start off his save tally for this one. Just about 40 seconds in. Fishy leaves it there for Perg, and Caden in on the attack, but he's low on boost, so there's not much he can get done here as that one's sent away towards Volt.
And for Duluth, I need some more creativity out of them because right now they're just trying to really wrap it around the corner. And they're not finding any success with that offensive play style. Need some infield passes, a solo play. Something, get physical, get demos.
That's the wrong team to get demos.
I mean, depending on who you're rooting for.
But yeah, if we want to see more of the Superiors getting double demoed on your own side, not that great. But I mean, we saw that yesterday too with the Rhythm. I mean, of course, Rhythm playing with the sub and Wolf, you know, have that argument: is that a sub? Is that not a sub? Whatever. But the demos were what helped create some of that space as well, and that really,
the threat of demos as well.
You steal that boost, you get a demo. It's so much more impactful than just trying to just rip it in somewhere else.
Bemidji just kind of holding their own in the midfield, not necessarily trying to pressure the offensive half. Just kind of cycle the ball around in the midfield, kill some time. You know, you're up by 1, you can sit on it. As long as you can keep the ball out of your half, I'm not really complaining. But you don't want to be the one turtling up.
Yeah, and Marty might have found an opening there. He's going to have a chance to put it out towards mid. Is anybody there? No, there's nobody. The Superiors, I think there was a demo in there that caused them to lose that second man in rotation, and it's really tough because that was such great work there out of their attack, but just not quite the conversion. Is now Volt and Marty once again. Marty's going to take a player out. Caden, to get anything out mid, he can, but Volt's too far away, so Perg with an easy clear. And that's the thing, too, is, you know, not only do you need to get those demos, you need to have them at actually impactful times, and when there's somebody there to help fill that gap.
When you get that demo, you need to get a shot within 2 seconds directly on net for that demo to be effective. Right there for Duluth, they were a little slow on that. Again, they have 2 minutes to get within 1. That demo from Perg is big, but Caden's going to stand tall. Keep us at a 1-0 scoreline for now here in Game 3.
And again, just a rather low-scoring affair, but it's what we come to expect sometimes. Fusion looking for the angle there, wanted that far post, but that one ends up just off the far side and out. Now Marty, and I mean, I feel like a lot of the times we see the Superiors potentially able to catch the Lumberjacks in transition, but the boost is 0. The boost is gone. There's nothing there, as that's a good pass opportunity out mid once again, but too many players clustered up. Is now Marty. He gets a good fake on the first one, gets it past Fusion as well,
but no
and the
there.
Third man is Perg instead of his teammates.
Just under 90 seconds. Duluth looking to get something going. Perg gonna intercept the infield pass. Finally, we see something from Duluth where they get a bit creative. But it's still not enough. Lumberjacks just with their constricting midfield hold, not letting Duluth break out.
Yeah, now Caden a chance to maybe counterattack, but Fishy once again back on defense. And that was, you know, a double commit there, but unfortunately not enough. It's now a double commit for both sides there. It's going to be a foot race here. Fishy, can he do anything? He does get the pass out mid. Fusion shot there. That one's floating, trying to dunk it in, but a demo as well helps relieve that pressure for a moment. But for the Superiors, it might be too little too late. They're just too quiet in this one, and it's going to be really tough as Perg puts another shot on there. Caden gets his 3rd save of the game. He'll kick it out mid as well, but nobody's there. It's again just the Lumberjacks to take possession.
Volt's going to heave this one downfield. Fusion's going to send it back to the corner. Off the backboard, Duluth is too late too, and Volt's going to have to get back for this one. One last push for the Superiors. They're going to have to go coast to coast. Doesn't look likely. 3 players for the Lumberjacks at the midfield line, going to shut this one down. Still alive. Lumberjacks just floating back. Looking to shut this down off the ceiling. That's going to do it. Lumberjacks move to match point and are 1 game away from punching their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, and again there, I was getting nervous. We saw one get spiked straight down. It came back up off that corner when it probably should have died, but that's that. And again, it's the Superiors with no answer. I honestly don't know. I think they just need to play all-out aggression. Maybe you get scored on 2 or 3 times, but if you can put a little bit more of that pressure on the Lumberjacks, potentially, you know, make this a little bit more interesting. Just get a couple goals of your own, because right now, I mean, 1 goal in game 1, 1 goal in game 2, none in this. You can't score 2 goals across 3 games, expect to win anything. Maybe you'll get a game out of that if you're lucky,
but you're not going to get a series.
No.
You might get a best of 3. A best of 5, highly unlikely. A best of 7, no way.
I think it's literally impossible. It would be. You need to have at least 4. So right now they're out of answers, and I mean, we need to see you come back from the brink here. I think if they can take take game 4, really put some pressure on the Lumberjacks, and I think there's a chance, but we need to see something huge right now from somebody. Volt Destroyer and Marty are the two I'm looking for.
So for Duluth, their backs are against the wall. The entire season is on the line. They can't drop another game, as the Lumberjacks are so close they can almost taste it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing here, too, is just finding a way to close this one out. We talk about how that closing game can sometimes be difficult, but for the Lumberjacks, I think if they just play the style they have been, they're looking strong, they're looking solid. I'm not sure if it's enough to take out the rhythm later, but at least right now it's looking good.
Early on in this one, it's the same song and dance. Lumberjacks, massive pressure with Duluth on the coattails, on the ropes currently. Just pinned along their own goal line. Aiden, that's a solid 50. Volt's gonna have to get this one back inside. Gonna get the corner boost, still has a chance to work with this, follows this up. But Fusion gonna shut him down, not taking any chances.
Yeah, and a good opportunity for a solo play there, but that's where it gets tough, is if you have a couple of defenders back, they can have 1 or 2 players both just dive at you, able to cut off those angles, able to shut anything down before it gets too dangerous, and you know, that's the result we see. Volt Destroyer has that mechanical skill, but that's the thing about threes, is that the mechanical skill does matter, but the teamwork is the biggest part. Is now Fusion, good opportunity there. Fishy with the follow-up, slots it bottom corner. Talk about him on defense, look at this offense here, and again, it's a Lumberjacks lead.
Marty thought he was going to be safe with that clear, but for Fishy, just ambushes him. Picks that bottom corner. Lumberjacks back in a very familiar position in the lead once more.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I think it's basically just score some goals. I don't know what it takes to do that, if it's going to be demos, if it's going to be aggressive pressure, if it's going to be solo plays. But at this point, it just needs to be something. And that's going to be a miss there, but Fishy back on the goal line. You called him the goal line gladiator, and indeed he is. Is now a follow-up.
Okay.
Finally,
there's Marty.
Enough chaos is caused that the Superiors able to find their way back in.
Get into good pop. Volt, we'll call them calculated fake, and Marty. Again, he's right there to follow through, similar to Fishy in the goal he got earlier this game. Tied 1-1. Duluth, you know, they're still in it. I feel like they've been napping at the wheel a little bit here throughout this series. It's good to see them open their eyes.
Yeah, and I mean, now it's just a question of we need more. You know, is that something you can recreate? Was that enough of a team play that you counted? Yeah, exactly. Because right now that's dangerous chance there as well.
And it's almost deja vu from the last goal we just saw from Bemidji.
Yeah, just some
off the near post, have someone follow through, beat out the last defender. Bada bing, bada boom. We're back in the lead.
Yeah, and the Lumberjacks, I mean, it's just the consistency. They've always got another player ready to challenge, and that's what makes them strong. That's what has helped them do so well this season. And I mean, talk about earlier on as well. They might be heating up a little bit here. A couple of sweeps potentially on the cards here, because of course they already beat the Inferno 4-0. So, you know, I think they'd definitely go in as, I don't think a favorite against the Rhythm, but a strong contender for what we're to be expecting.
Good shot from Volt. Just needs to drop that one down a bit more. With half a game to go, I'm going to quote the great Chase Newcomb. Duluth, open the fridge, show me your sauce.
As we need something.
I need something from you.
Yeah, and that's really the thing right now. And it's tough, too, because at a tie game, I think they could have taken it to overtime, could have found a way to get a kind of one of those gritty wins in the extra frame. But right now, it's just you're trailing. The Lumberjacks are going to put pressure on you. They've been good in their rotation, so they can have 1 or 2 players just dive at you, take that boost, take those demos, put pressure on you, and they've always got that third player back ready to go.
For Duluth, I want to see them force the issue, but for the Lumberjacks, they've looked comfortable each and every minute of the past 20 minutes.
Yeah,
they don't seem like they've been scrambled at all. They've been in sync. They haven't done anything too wild and crazy. Double commit on the goal line. Fusion's there. Final 90. Bolt stretching that one out. I would like to see him back off as Marty had a good chance. That one's gonna pinch back just wide.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Superiors here too, I think it's going to be interesting if they fall in this one. Lumberjacks defense, rhythm, offense for that grand final. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more out of the Superiors before we have to say goodbye to them, but Lumberjacks have just been so good on that goal line. I mean, Fusion with a pair of saves in this one. I know Perg, I guess, doesn't have any, but the other side, Fishy, he's got at least 3 right now as well. So again, it's just that defense continuing to show what they're made of, and then enough offense to make it happen. As that's been the story for this series, is Fishy, again, trying to keep this pressure up. Oh, far side, Fishy's going to take a demo out of the midfield there. As that one's passed out towards mid. Perg is going to send that one downfield. It's going to look just inside the post there. And I think that might be wraps.
That's going to be the nail in the coffin, floating down the river.
Or floating down Lake Superior.
Who knows? I mean, the Mississippi River is just over there.
It is.
About 1,000 yards away. Duluth, we're going to need one epic comeback, but it just hasn't feel like it's been in the cards today. Fishy, another phenomenal save. He's just been a monster on defense all series long. Clock's going to wind down. Volt can't finish. And that could have been huge to get Superiors back into this one, but it just doesn't seem likely. The sand in the hourglass is beginning to run out, and the Bemidji Lumberjacks will be back in the grand finals for the first time since season 4 when they did it all.
Yeah, and that one really tough there. I mean, like you said, that last opportunity, I think it could have been enough for the Superiors. It was finally a good play. There was a demo. There was a bump off the backboard to open up that space, and there was just nobody there to finish it. I mean, it just didn't quite happen. I mean, that's some games. Sometimes it's just you throw everything at the table, you do everything you can, but it's just not quite enough. And unfortunately for us, I mean, we went 0 for 2 here.
I mean, I feel like our predictions have been pretty good this week.
Well, they have been. I mean, Ben Storm, you can call it some karma on us. We go against you here, against the Lumberjacks. We're showing what's up. So that's that. I mean, for the Superiors, they'll just have to see.
Season.
Yeah.
You know, you got this far. You finished 3rd place overall. But unfortunately, the one match I think you really wanted to win to give yourself another chance just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Lumberjacks as well, I mean, they've been fighting, and it's been a team that's had to work. They've always kind of been the shadow of the Superiors. We saw, I mean, early on in the season, they won that first major, but since then, it's been kind of the Superiors are the talk of the town. The Lumberjacks kind of just living in that 2nd place spot, so probably feels great.
They beat them when it matters.
Yeah, they beat them right now where it matters. Book their ticket in that grand final, of course, get to try again against the Rhythm. Unfortunately for them, they're down by 1, and we saw the Rhythm. They can get off of some hot starts, so it'll be interesting to see what that looks like later on today. I mean, for the Lumberjacks, though, absolutely stellar game. You want to talk about consistency, and I talked about, too, the defense there. Look at that. That is 3 goals across 4 games.
That's not. You can't win a best-of-7 like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the defense of the Lumberjacks. Every single game there, they had, I think it was 5 or more saves as a team. I mean, Fishy, really good on that back line, really good to be there. Even a couple of saves or a couple of interactions that didn't count as saves. But for the Lumberjacks, I'm excited to see them back in the grand final.
You know, for Perg, Fusion, and Fishy, hats off to you guys. You got a shot.
Yeah.
That's what you came to St. Cloud for. That's why you battled all season long. You're here. Let's see what you got.
Yeah. Of course, have a couple of things to talk about before we send it off to a break. And, of course, unfortunately, it's a little bit of a longer break, but it's to allow the teams to prepare for the grand finals later. So this team, Lumberjacks, they're going to play the Rhythm. Grand final, 6 p.m. there. It'll be Wolf's 2nd grand final in a row, so we'll have to see what he can do. As with the Prospect grand finals coming up next, that's at 1:45 p.m. As it'll be interesting to see that one as well. Flyers and Lumberjacks there, of course. I was a part of that league. I actually beat the Lumberjacks down in Prospect. So not to brag, but I think the Flyers have the edge there.
I would also be a Prospect player.
You know, so
maybe one day we will be in the Prospect Grand Finals.
Maybe, but of course, you know, that's going to be exciting to see what happens there. Of course, you know, take a look at the arena here. If you haven't been out here, make sure you know, you gotta come out and see this. You gotta come out and see the facility. As you know, take a look at the players up there right now, just enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying what they've been given here in St. Cloud. Can you cut to not us? as you know, I talk about the arena as well, and just want to talk about how fortunate we are to be at St. Cloud again. Of course, you know, here in the Quarry Arena, newly constructed, ready to go for esports, and such a common experience up here in St. Cloud, because they're looking for people who live for esports, and they're looking to continue to grow that passion. Make sure to check out one of the Midwest's premier esport colleges at St. Cloud State. They continue to invest in all aspects of it, both with the quarry construction here and then hiring just this past 6 months 2 videographers, a graphic designer, 2 esports managers, and a social media manager. This fall, they'll be hosting tryouts for their Rocket League varsity and academy teams with scholarship opportunities available there, while also searching for casters, producers, and leaders to join their team. Learn more at www.stcloudstate.edu/esports or reach out to Chase Newcomb at chase.newcomb@stcloudstate.edu. St. Cloud State Esports, where passion for gaming meets real-world skills. And you know, hey, that's what we got here. We got passion, we've got skills, we've got it all. And
that's
anything else?
That's going to be it for us for a little bit.
Yeah, like I said,
We'll be
it's
back later for the Challenger Finals.
So, you know, unfortunately, we got to send you to a little bit of a break here. It's going to be about 2 hours because, actually, excuse me, about 1 hour and 45. It's 1:45 when the next match will start. You want to make sure to be here a little bit earlier. We're going to be, you know, might see that content piece again, might see some.
Get over here to St. Cloud.
Yeah, hey, that's also an option too. If you're nearby, make sure to stop by.
Kiss me like citrus and fire, burning slow and sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. Such sad eyes, looking so pathetic. My anxiety sounded scraping against my necklace. In an hour from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell. wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from Strangers stand lost in time with one another. days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you. Roller coaster feeling, seasons change, let it go. I forget the reason, baby, did we ever know? I've been calling these skies a rock shaped by the rain. And when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name? I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you. off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my room, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my room, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
started in 2016, played for friends a little bit, and then there's a trading scene. So I kind of traded. I didn't play a lot. I kind of like was in there in the early stages, like right when it came out on Xbox. I'm pretty sure when I played it. But I didn't start playing. Like, I took a long break from the game because all my friends just stopped playing Rocket League. So I got back into it in like late 2019, got competitive like mid 2020, and since then it's gotten like the skill level has advanced so quickly because of just like the way new mechanics are invented. Like a year ago, 2 years ago, people didn't be any new competitive mechanics, and there's like new ones like every some months it seems like still. It's gotten to the point where like I'm GC2, which is like a pretty decently high rank, but even like just 3 years ago, that's enough to be like pretty like almost a pro player, not quite pro player, but like entering that scene. So that just gives you an advantage, like a term into how like quickly skill is advancing and how like it's also nice because it's not like League or Dota or like Valorant where there's like a new agent or like a new map. It's literally just the players inventing new mechanics. It's like someone like inventing a new dribble in basketball. Like it's the same thing. It's not just like some new stuff they add to the game that changes it. It's like the players that determine it. Really
You
cool.
mentioned the trading scene. I don't know a lot about that. What has that seemed like over the years, and are there some really high value things you've traded?
I think my inventory is worth around like $500 right now. That's over like years and years. But the problem is they used to do a key system, kind of like CS:GO, but you could trade your keys. So like a crate would be worth 1 key because of 1 key to open a crate. And the highest rarity is black market. It would go black market, exotic, import, very rare, rare, common. And certain items would be worth keys, and each key was like $1.02. But it just went down to $1. So like, you basically would use keys as a currency, and that was a big thing in the trading scene. But they changed it to where they don't have keys; they have credits now, and they have an item shop. So they put a lot of really traditionally rare items. Like there's this car, the most commonly used car, at least like a couple months ago, was the Octane. Right now it's the Fennec, but the Octane. A white Octane, before they put it in the item shop for like everyone to buy at like a really cheap price, was around like $120, $135. And then I saw it get put in the item shop for like $20 worth of credits, and it shot down to like $50 like overnight. So I think they kind of ruined the trading scene, but it used to be kind of like CS:GO's, but just like dimmed down a little bit.
What is some things you've learned with your teammates over the years?
Things I've learned how much I still have to improve, because especially when you get into high ranks, it's kind of just like you just have to grind a lot. There's not like any new things you can learn, you just have to perfect it. But seeing them play and seeing like how I play, I really see my mistakes a lot when I play with a team, because when you're kind of just by yourself with like random teammates, it's really easy to like blame them, even when it kind of is their fault. Like there's times when I'm playing there and like I get like an okay touch and like they miss a save, which is mostly their fault, but like I'm like I could have done something better with the ball. So I feel like it makes me realize my potential more. It makes me realize how much I can improve, and I like being in that team environment. They also make me realize like how much of a leader I am, because I was captain for most of the season, and I don't really like coach, but I'm like on stage, like I'm like mentally like giving pointers and stuff, and they let me do it. They have me the respect of me doing that, which I appreciate. So yeah.
You are from Hope? You are from Hope?
side to side. We gon' make you lose, oh, inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more high. So baby, let's all bet tonight. Let's lose our mind. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before.
So I only started playing like 2 years ago, not even, when free-to-play update came out.
Yeah, that was big.
With that, I haven't really seen too many big changes. I watched RLCS X, which was the 2021 season, and with that, I saw from then to what I see now in like the 2023 season is a huge change in shift in more mechanics-based gameplay. Like you'll see a lot more consistency on the pitch, a lot less huge mistakes, and it's a lot more about breaking a team down over time and less about a breakout play where it's just quick transition goal. Those still happen, of course, but they more happen under pressure at like LAN environments like this and during high pressure matches. But most gameplay now is just wear the team down over time and really hunker up on defense.
And then you're a St. Cloud State student?
I am a St. Cloud State student, yep.
So what do you think of Noah Kylan's coaching thus far? Have you grown under his leadership at all?
Yeah,
or?
so I started out the school year. So I only started playing like 2 years ago, not even, when free-to-play update came out.
Yeah, that was big.
With that, I haven't really seen too many big changes. I watched RLCS X, which was the 2021 season, and with that, I saw from then to what I see now in like the 2023 season is a huge change in shift in more mechanics-based gameplay. Like you'll see a lot more consistency on the pitch, a lot less huge mistakes, and it's a lot more about breaking a team down over time and less about a breakout play where it's just quick transition goal. Those still happen, of course, but they more happen under pressure at like LAN environments like this and during high pressure matches. But most gameplay now is just wear the team down over time and really hunker up on defense.
And then you're a St. Cloud State student?
I am a St. Cloud State student, yep.
So what do you think of Noah Kylan's coaching thus far? Have you grown under his leadership at all?
Yeah,
or?
so I started out the school year at like Diamond 3 level. I didn't even know we had a team, and then I saw the tryouts, so then I tried out, and we didn't really have many people try out. So then I got on the team, and then from then, I'm now Grand Champion 1, so that's like 4 ranks up from where we started, and it's just been a year. So that's very quick progression, and it's been super nice having someone to help you, have those beginning steps, because as a beginning player, you're kind of overwhelmed as far as there's tons of guides on YouTube, there's tons of resources out there, and it really helped to have someone who had that experience coming up and, on the way up, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then the question I got here is, with two 16-year-olds, Daniel and Zen, winning big.
So
how do you feel about age in the roster?
I feel like even though currently the pro scene has a lot more young players, if you look at other esports, it's starting to the older the game gets, the more the age sort of ages with it, where you get more average of 20s versus teens. So I think because of Rocket League's youth as a esport, and especially on the competitive worldwide stage, it didn't become worldwide until pretty recently, that you're going to get more aging people. As those stars come up, there's always going to be the young up-and-comers, but I think that over time it's going to more flatten out and have a better distribution of age. But I do think it's still going to be fairly youth-dominated because it is very mechanics-based and quick pace, and it's keep up or fall behind, Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for the interview.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate you chatting.
What do you reckon, Joe? Should we do another question?
Okay. Well, as long as we're here.
All right. Well, our next question.
so my name is Sarah, and I'm representing COPE, which is Coalition of Parents in Esports. And it's an organization that I became drawn to just as a parent myself, trying to figure out how to best support my child at the time, growing up and loving esports. And it's just not a thing that's as common or it's easy to navigate as a parent, like football, basketball, that kind of thing. So I found myself kind of figuring it out on my own. And when I found out that this organization exists and that they exist to help parents and the players and help the players navigate these conversations with their parents too, that's what drew me to want to help some way.
So tell us a little bit about your story with the kid in terms of what game he was playing or what your experience has been in the years since.
Sure. Let's see. So Brock Wolf has been playing Rocket League for several years now, but became more in the competitive Rocket League, Upper Midwest League here, this Minnesota Championship Series, a couple years ago now. And at the beginning, I didn't know anything about it. It was during the pandemic. I knew he was online a lot, and I could hear him talking to people. It seemed like very nice, supportive conversations. He was having a good time. And at the time, school is at home, everything was at home. So it was a great experience for him to be able to reach out and have new relationships with people. And then to be able to start to come to LANs and have face-to-face real experiences with humans during that time was just awesome. And I think there's a lot of parent apprehension sometimes with these things because you don't know who your kids are talking to and what this is all about. And so once I got a little braver and decided to come to a LAN with him and started to meet the different players and the people that helped to run this organization, it just became very obvious that this was a great thing and that they exist to not just have a good time gaming, but they provide so many experiences for the players to be able to learn to cast and production behind the scenes and coaching opportunities and just all sorts of things that as a parent I had no idea were even behind the scenes. So it's much different than just kind of recreational play at home when they have the benefit of being a part of something like that.
So when you've spoken with other parents who are involved with COPE, do they have similar reactions? Have you seen anything different across their stories compared to yours?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I'm new to this organization, and just to hear the leaders of the organization, most recently we had a great call, and hearing their initial stories, it's so many similarities. It seems like everybody's got their own path, but and a lot of it was the timing here too, because this organization is about that old as well. So I think what we're trying to do is find
chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Hey, our story never has to end. Eternal love and life again. Eternal love and life again. Moment. All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now. It's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. Rise up, you give it all that you got and you rise up. All the stories that tell about the champion who came from the crown. Are you ready to carry it now? Going full speed, never stop, never quit. You're the only one you got to convince that nothing's too far out of your reach. 'Cause all you are is what you believe. Here, now. It's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Hello, everybody. This is the MNCS Season 7 LAN Grand Finals. This is prospect between the Flyers and the Bemidji Lumberjacks. How do you feel about this?
I feel great. This is just a really, really cool matchup coming up. We have a rematch of our upper finals. The Flyers did take it 4-1, but that doesn't mean that that the Lumberjacks can't come back and turn things around. So I think we have a really, really just fun rematch here happening that these teams get to go at it, see which one really has the that upper hand.
Yeah, nerves are everything. I know how it feels. I was in prospect Grand Finals last season, and I took it all. But the nerves were getting to me the night before. I couldn't go to sleep until like 3 a.m.
Did you eat anything before the game last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a quick thank you to St. Cloud State to call out. Thank you guys for hosting us. And did you know that St. Cloud State is investing heavily in esports? We have a content team we've hired just this past semester consisting of 2 videographers, a graphic designer, 2 esports managers, and a marketing manager. Content daily on our socials. We will be hosting tryouts for Rocket League this fall, which will include scholarship opportunities for leadership on campus, casters, producers, and players on our academy and varsity teams. Learn more at stcloudstate.edu/esports. That is stcloudstate.edu/esports. If you're interested, email Chase Newcomb at chase.neukam@stcloudstate.edu. And again, thank you, St. Cloud State, for having us. This venue is absolutely beautiful. It's amazing. Jumping into, I know that you've been following these two teams super closely, Sierra, throughout the season. What do you see from the teams this past season that really speaks to how you think they're going to perform today?
It's a big improvement from last season. I think that things are more organized in Prospect this season than they were last season, because now that we have the schedules, every Sunday is when Prospect plays. You don't have to schedule any time before Sunday anymore. So I think that has helped the players get a little used to each other in a way, and they've been able to grind more. We've seen a lot of Prospect teams in that scrim channel putting out scrims, so that's impressive. There's a lot of improvements.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I've been a little bit bouncing around myself within the Prospect sub rotations on a couple of teams. Wasn't able to stick around, but you do see, you're absolutely right, that organization within the Prospect League this season has just it has increased by leaps and bounds. And I think it's resulted in better play out on the field. What do you think? Who amongst these two rosters do you think is going to be the one that really has a chance to make the biggest impact, though, on this game and on this series across the board?
I believe Blakester. Blakester is a challenger tier player. He's won LAN. I'm pretty sure he's been to LANs. He won last season in Rising Star Rochester. He's the highest salaried Prospect player in history, and I know that sparks controversy.
It can, but I mean, hey, if you fit in under the salary cap, then so be it, right?
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I think you're right. I think Blakester, he being that challenger level player, it's you have a lot of advantage, but the team play that came out of St. Cloud was ultimately able to counter his individual play. What do you think Blakesy and Paul need to do to help their teammate kind of increase and turn the series around?
St. Cloud will need to play some solid defense around Blakester, I believe. Blakester is more of a first-man type, and I'm not sure how the Flyers' defense really is. I'm sure that their offense will be just enough for the Lumberjacks to handle.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I think we're still getting players into the lobby here, but I know we've had an exciting weekend of games so far. We've seen a bunch of Game 7s. We've seen, we had a sweep earlier today, but do you think that we're going to go back to the 7-game series here? What kind of length series are you seeing? Who are you seeing come out on top?
I see the Lumberjacks in 6. Blakester makes a difference, but also his rookie teammates, Paul and Lasky, not Cripplify. Cripplify couldn't make it, unfortunately. But I was told that, without Cripplify, it's the same.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much of a difference. That team is solid. Ben Storm likes his team to value where they are.
Sure.
He wants that franchise to be happy, content with where they are. He wants them to have good experiences, and that team should be lovely.
Okay. So you're calling a 6-game for the Lumberjacks. So you're thinking the Flyers are only going to pick up one match because they're coming in with a 1-game lead. Mm-hmm. So I just want to get you on record. You're saying the Flyers, after winning 4-1, they're only going to pick up one game.
Yep, I'm
here
known
in the
for
finals.
making crazy predictions, but every single one has been right, has it?
Has it? Okay. All right. Well, I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure that I share your optimism quite so much. I think that the domination that we saw from the Flyers is going to continue a little bit. I think it will also go in 6, but I think that we're going to see a flip on that. I think the Flyers will take it 4-2. Personally, I think that team chemistry that Flyers are playing with right now is you just played with it yesterday, and unless maybe the Lumberjacks are going to pull something out of the hat, change a little bit of their strategy around. I was just talking with Ori for the Rising Star League, and he's talking about all the changes they want to make. So there's opportunities there to switch things up for your team on the field, but we are yet to see.
Yeah. And another fun fact, in Rising Star and Prospect, the top 3 seeds are all the exact same. It's Flyers, Lumberjacks, and Rangers. And we've seen the Rangers in yesterday, but they fell to Bemidji, unfortunately.
That's right.
And yeah, you kind of hate that players like Bob, Power, ISO, they're always in 6-mans, and Bob is huge in 6-mans.
That's right. Bob is. I don't think I get more Discord notifications from anyone across all of my servers than Bob the Huge Man's in 6-mans.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a shame. I mean, that's one of the great things about the LAN competition, though, isn't it? That it doesn't matter, like, at the end of the day, it's who performs on that day, who performs with a crowd around them. As you said, last year you were, couldn't eat the night before, couldn't sleep the night before.
Yeah.
So these guys are really just having to deal with that stress and all that pressure.
Yep, and some of them are just brand new, but, your first season could be your best season. It could be your last season. You never know.
That's right.
Play to win.
You got to take your opportunities when they come to you. It doesn't matter, like you said, first season, last season, whenever it happens, all you have is the opportunity that's right in front of you.
Yeah.
So this is these guys' opportunity right here to put their stamp on Prospect. And really, in my opinion, also, you were talking about the organization of Prospect, but solidify Prospect as a league that should keep going forward.
Yeah.
It's really nice to have that fourth-tier league to give some people experience, get them ready to maybe step up into Rising Star, step up into Challenger over the next few seasons and years.
Yeah. I would not feel very light if Prospect didn't exist, but it is what it is.
That's right. That's right.
It is what it is.
I'm a big fan of the league. It's been fun to compete in for sure.
Yep.
Talk a little bit more about your experience having played at LAN last year. What is going through these, especially right now as we're kind of waiting for things to get hooked up, waiting for these guys to get into the lobby. What is going through your mind? What are the conversations with your teammates like? What are you doing to get ready?
Well, at LAN, I'm a very calm person, so I don't really get nervous in the hype environment. But one thing that I wish that was at Left Click Lounge in Season 6 was crowd noise. We didn't have crowd noise last season. You could hear it, but it was upstairs. So that would have been nice to have.
Good point. They've got these guys right in front of them.
Yep, they're going to be loud today.
Families are out here. People are here, ready to get loud, ready to get noisy for this game.
Yep, and it's going to be exciting like that all night long. We have grand finals across the board.
That's right. That's right. As we have our first grand final here in Prospect, and then we will follow with a suite of grand finals coming after that. And I will just check in the booth and see how we are doing. All right, we are having a few technical difficulties, it sounds like, behind the scenes, but that is all right. So coming up, we'll go ahead and talk a little about the Rising Star Grand Final coming up after this one while they figure things out in the booth. But we have the same two teams, the exact same response exact same result that came out of the upper finals, excuse me. We have a 4-1 win for the Flyers over the Lumberjacks. And we have the same final coming up in the Rising Stars.
Yeah, that's amazing. They might as well take like a party bus back where they came from.
That's right. I think Stewie may have written the script on that one. But speaking of Stewie, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a break back to the booth, and we will be back with you all as soon as we figure out what's going on behind the scenes, and we will bring you this Prospect Grand Final as soon as we can.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Stranger stuff. still think of you. Those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you. Can't do what you do. Only you. Give me that deja before you found me. I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Baby, I can't help it. I never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Who are you liking in this game really quick?
I like Blakester. He has everything it takes to win this final, and he has the experience. He's been at LAN last season. He won it for Rising Star in Rochester. So with him, they're a dangerous team. But the Flyers, their defense is going to need to show up today.
All right, so we have Blakester and the Lumberjacks going the way of Sear. I think that the Flyers are going to go ahead and pull it off still. I think the Flyers, they put up that 4-1 win in the upper finals. I think they're going to do the same here. I think they're going in 6. I don't think they'll quite pull off a 4-1. But starting with that 1-0 lead, I think is just going to be a little bit too much for the Lumberjacks to come back against. We have some folks in the background there also pulling for the Lumberjacks. As you were telling us before, the Lumberjacks, they have a chance to win 3 grand finals here today. Real quick before we jump in.
Yep.
But yeah, so we have 3 grand finals with the Lumberjacks. We have this one, we have Rising Star, and we have Premier. Which of the finals do you think the Lumberjacks have the least chance of winning between the 3?
I don't follow Premier that much. So honestly, I'd say I'd say Premier.
Premier?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think you have them winning here? You think you might have them win a Rising Star, pulling off the upset, the re-upset that, as we talked about earlier, the Rising Star final is the exact mirror of the Prospect final.
Yeah.
And then we have the Premier final coming up. I'll be honest with you as well. I mostly cast Rising Star. I mostly cast Prospect. So I'm not super familiar with that Lumberjacks Premier team. So I think that'll be an exciting matchup to watch out for, especially if the Lumberjacks pick up 1 and 2 here. Could make history today, getting that third one this evening.
Yeah. I was telling GM Ben Storm that if you were to win all 3 of these lanes, you'd probably be the best GM.
That's right.
Like
That's
you
right.
have the titles all at once.
That's right. Perfect. And that's right. It's how else can you argue against best GM in MNCS history, right? I mean, I think he's probably sitting down right now having some conversations with his teams, having some conversations with his players. It's about the players, but in the back of his mind, there's a little bit where he's going, it might be a little bit about me too. It might be a little bit about me. So it looks like now we're going to be jumping right into the action here, getting ready for kickoff of Game 1. Just a reminder, we do have the St. Cloud Flyers up 1-0 as they are coming from the upper bracket. And so here we go into kickoff for Game 1 with a shot almost on target off the crossbar, bouncing down. Paul now with an open shot, and Blakester with the touch for goal 1, 10 seconds in.
And I said earlier that he's a destructive player. He's like that first man type of tier. And if you're not looking, he's going to score on you. Well done.
As we jump into kickoff here again, after our early goal, there was Blakester's going to get that goal in the first one. Maybe got a little bit lucky with the touch coming off his teammate there. But Percy now trying to read a touch from CTN, his teammate off the sidewall. Can't do that. Is going to go up and beat Paul to the ball, but Paul is going to go and flip through, leave it for Blakester, who booms downfield. Paul right now trying to get a back wall read, can't quite make contact with it. CTN just throws it into the offensive side. Paul now looking to play his own touch and plays it into his defensive side. Blakesy gives the ball away to Swamp Donkey, who just buries an easy goal there 40 seconds in.
Swamp Donkey wide open. And that was just a gift that was given to Swamp Donkey. He couldn't have said it any better. 1-1 Lumberjacks Flyers. This is the Prospect Grand Finals. Who is going to take this first game of the series? Swamp Donkey. CT turning around, trying to go up for it. Side walls. Blasky missed, but Blakester out to clear it. It should be a easy clear. And now kind of awkward touches, but as long as we can see some great offensive opportunities and more decent clears, we need to see a more organized team. And whoever is the most organized is going to win this first game. But it's all about nerves. How much are you willing to put your soul into this grand finals to win it? This may be Prospect, but even at Prospect level, you have to play to win. It does not matter if you are a diamond, it does not matter if you're a champ. You come out here to win.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. These guys, as we have a shot, Percy now trying to put it on target. I think what you're talking about, the organization and the discipline there is absolutely correct. We've seen a couple double commits already, and those are things that are going to lose you a grand final. They may be okay in the regular season, but in a grand final, you've got to have your organization down, and you just cannot be double committing on balls. As we are now about 2 minutes into this game, a couple early goals, but things have seemed to slow down here as CTN is going to try. He's going to wait now for Paul. Paul misses his attack on that ball, leaves it for Swamp Donkey, who's going to come downfield. Swamp Donkey now trying to beat Paul out of the corner, is unable to do that. Paul's still staying on this ball, though, just being a menace to the other team as Blakesy leaves it for Percy on accident there. Percy now playing into the corner. Paul plays over Swamp Donkey as everyone from the Flyers is retreating. They didn't have a great third man there, so they got away with one as they were a little bit caught out and overextended on that play. CTN going for the demo. He does connect. Swamp Donkey not able to get a good 50. Blakesy here with a wide open walk-in goal to take the lead 2-1. We have 2:12 left here.
It was miscalculated from the start, but I like the idea that Swamp Donkey had. It just didn't go their way, and because of that, the Lumberjacks are going to put it 2-1 in this first game. 2:12 left.
Yeah, let's see if the Flyers can respond. The Flyers have that 1-game lead here, but you don't want to give it up in game 1. I feel like if you can get that first game win, go up 2-0, you have a little bit of breathing space. If they drop this game here, then this becomes essentially a 5-game series from that point forward. And the Flyers did a lot of work earlier in this tournament to not have that happen. So here's the hope for them in the next minute and 50 that they can go ahead and get another goal here. CTN does just that, picking up a really nice read off the backboard, tying things up 2-2, leveling this one up with 1:47 left.
Yeah, well done by CT, just being there, being quickness to the ball in that situation. The defender did not have enough time to get back. And CTN is their captain, and he's a veteran of this league. I'm not sure if people know much about him, but he is a solid player. He has a lot of time commitment. He helps out his players. He's willing to be there for all of the mistress that the Flyers may have had this season, which is barely any. But the Flyers are looking to score and take the lead in this game 1.
CTN now playing off of the sidewall to his teammate Percy. Percy's going to drop down, but Swantalky's too far to read and make a play on that ball. Paul gets a good touch off the sidewall. Blake's trying to get some bumps. Paul coming in for the shot. The bump just didn't quite come through. It was a really nice idea to clear some space there with a bump and just wasn't able to do it. Percy gets a good boost steal on the offensive side. CTN now going up with Paul gets a really nice dunk to slow that attack down. Percy there with the demo as well, just to clear some space for his team. Playing a little bit of boom ball back and forth and also just kind of trading some demos here as we get another good boost steal coming out from the Flyers. Those might come up big as we have a shot on target. CTN barely squeaks another one past the goal line.
Again, CT's being there, showing up for when it matters most, putting in these tight shots. Like, how can you do that? How can you put it in like that? And it just doesn't hit the post, it goes in. It just chooses to go in. That is a brilliant play by CT.
That's absolutely correct. As CTN here has really made a statement for himself. We were talking a lot about Blakester before the game, and CTN is saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and put my stamp on this game. As we have 35 seconds left, he's going for another. Blakester, though, is able to get the touch out. Is there anyone back? Percy is back, but he's a little bit alone. He dives into a challenge and is able to pick up a really nice 50. We have 25 seconds left as CTN goes ahead and makes another nice challenge as he drops back to defense. Paul clears in for Percy. Percy plays into the corner, but CTN with a save. CTN doing things on both sides of the field here.
Yeah, Blakester and CT are probably the best players on this field. It just takes the best leadership to winning this. I want to see some optimistic standpoints from both players.
As the ball touches down, we end game 1, which is our second game in the scoreline here as the Lumberjacks go ahead and pick up a game. That's a really big game for the Lumberjacks to pick up there. The Flyers picked up a game there, my bad. Flyers pick up a game there to go up 2-0. And that's a huge lead right now. Right now, they need to go 2 for 6 to win this one. What do you think? Like, how are the Lumberjacks going to come back now?
1, 2, 3s across the board, all on shots. I think they just need to, be more control. Slow down the pace. You need to be more fluid with what you're going to do with the ball. Take the mental time to think about what your next move is going to be, because it's a fast-paced game, and you never really have time to think. You have to just go.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's, as you said, 3-2-1, 6 shots on both sides coming into this one. The Flyers they pick up 2 more saves than the Lumberjacks do. So it's tough to say just make more saves. That's the easy thing to say, right? But at some point, that is also just kind of what you need to do. You need your defense to just step up a little bit, because that's a tight game. That game can go either way. So it is those little plays. It's that defense that just kind of needs to pick things up. As we jump here into game 2, another 5 minutes on the clock. The Flyers really hoping that they can get that 3-0 lead here. Can they start on the right foot? Almost. as we have a shot just off of the post there. Paul now flicking the ball into the offensive side. Percy, though, challenging early and high. He's low on boost, so he's going to be a little bit slow back. CTN now with the full tank of boost, getting a touch as he can't get the ball up on top of his car to get a good flick. So Swamp Donkey is going to try to help him out. Playing off the side, we get a double commit coming out of the Flyers, but it looks like we do have Swamp Donkey dropping, and he is going to safely be able to corral this ball, though he does lose the boost there to Blakester. We're 40 seconds now into this one, a little bit of back and forth. Let's go back to the kind of what we were saying about the Lumberjacks. What do they need to do here to get a game win here in Game 3?
They need to be more detailed in offense. Switch it up. It can't be the same. You have to be unpredictable. Because once you start doing the same things over and over again, that's repetition. You cannot be repetitive on offense. Just try to make use of your teammates. Just pass the ball when you have to. You know, there shouldn't be double commits like that. The comms need to be up. They need to be high right now. And just don't be nervous. Just think about this game, not the next one. Think about the score that is 0-0. Always think 0-0. That's all you need to do to win.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Right now, they can't look at that 2-0 score line. It's, you know, we're not on game point or match point yet. We do have a few games to go before we get there. But you cannot be thinking about the series as a whole right now if you're the Lumberjacks. As Paul comes in, picks up a really nice demo to hopefully spring his team. Blakesy just gets bumped into oblivion, though, and is unable to recover to get back to the ball. CTN now tries to throw a shot on target, but he's unable to beat Blakesy to that post. Paul playing it into the sidewall. Someone from the Lumberjacks, I missed who that was able to get up for it. Paul there not able to match his own double touch off the back wall to get on target. CTN now up against Blakester. Blakester wins that contest in mid-air as the ball gets played off of the corner into the defensive end for the Flyers. Blakesy doesn't let the ball come out. Paul now puts a shot on target, but Swamp Donkey able to be there for the save. Here we're having some of these saves come out again from the Flyers. They're not letting a whole lot get dangerous towards their net. I feel like the Flyers here are just playing slightly cleaner Rocket League across the board.
Yeah, watching this just makes me motivated because I like seeing rookies just coming out of nowhere to dominate. Like right now, these rookies are putting on a show right now, and I really like the way Swamp Donkey's playing. I like Blasky, I like them all. This is fresh Rocket League content right here. And what can Swamp Donkey do? Pass up. And a big miss by the Flyers, but Blasky has something to work with. Percy's going to take that. Probably get a double touch, and Swamp Donkey's going to put it to the left corner. Blixter's there to 58 outwards. And the thing about the Flyers is that they do have somewhat familiarity with each other. Percy knows CT and Swamp Donkey from connections in college. And Swamp Donkey plays in DCRL. So
yeah, I think you really can't overstate just how much that type of chemistry matters when you're playing, especially in the grand finals. Knowing your teammate is going to be in a particular place is just huge. You know, you don't have to think. You almost don't even have to calm sometimes when you get used to playing with guys like this so much. As we have a shot on target there, CTN picking up a really nice ball from Swamp Donkey and just burying it top left.
Yeah, Swamp Donkey with the weird ceiling touch, but it works. CT can read it. He's been in the league long enough to read all types of passes, so that is someone who will be a threat to the Lumberjacks going forward. CT, big miss, but Percy, awkward flip. Blasky trying to bump, but Swamp Donkey has possession of the ball. It's a one-on-one situation, but he gets demoed just in time. Percy's going to take it up the wall, going down awkwardly, but CT's there at the 58 out. The Flyers are tossing all of their marbles into one basket right now, but Swamp Donkey, what can he do? Almost. That goes off the crossbar. Blakester, 50 with Percy. Paul has possession. Almost going in once again. Feel like the Lumberjacks are bundled up a bit in that midfield. And wow, I was not expecting that. Swamp Donkey with a nice, what is this? What is that? I cannot believe that.
A hard to describe play there. I think you were saying it there, though. They just had the Lumberjacks bundled into their side for, honestly, I think it was about a minute and a half of game time there. When you already have a 1-0 lead and you just burn a minute and a half of game time, followed it up with a goal, that it's hard to fight against that if you are the Lumberjacks. They need something special right now, and I'm not sure that they're going to find it here at the end of this match, as the Flyers have a 2-0 lead, 15 seconds remaining. Blasky tries to throw something into the offensive side, but at this point you're really just playing boom ball, hoping something comes out. Blakester throws one to Percy. Percy pops high. Percy with enough boost to do something. Swamp Donkey calls him off, though, looking for his own double touch. Doesn't put it on frame, as we have a really nice save there from Blasky, and the ball is going to touch down, giving us a 3-0 lead to the Flyers, and that is, there we are with the correct logo for you all. 3-0 lead now coming out for the Flyers. Lumberjacks, we are now talking about either, dare I say, reverse sweep territory or sweep territory. Where do you see Game 3, point 4 going?
I know that Lumberjacks are a positive team. They have good mentals. They're going to do whatever it takes to win this next game and maybe every game after this. They have to change it right now. Like, this is match point. You have to do something different. Whatever you've been doing now has not been working. So you have to change it up. I don't know what else to say. Like, that's
that's all you can say, right?
Yeah.
You got to do something different. I mean, the problem right now is the Flyers made 8 saves, and the Lumberjacks put up 9 shots. So it's not like they're not creating offensive opportunities. They are creating offensive opportunities. They're just getting, like we said, bottled in. And when they do get the ball downfield, their offensive opportunities, they're getting shots on target, but they're not threatening. They need to find a way. I think like this feels like the exact opportunity where we need to see some bumps. We need to see some demos on that back line, because you're getting the shots on target, but you're just letting the Flyers sit there to make saves. You've got to make the Flyers feel uncomfortable, and maybe right now that means leaving your back line a little open, overextending just a little bit. Like you said, it's worth trying something new, and I'm curious if we see a bit more physical play coming out of the Lumberjacks as they try to get a Game 1 lead here. As Paul there had a bit of a backflip and a mistake covered by Blakester. Blakester there takes a 50 with Percy J. Swamp Donkey now coming in, taking a 50 up into the air, following his own touch. His flip there threw him just off. As CTN puts it on target, but Paul is able to get back for the save. Swamp Donkey staying on the ball, continuing to be that menace. Blasky now trying to turn the ball, but instead the ball is given away to Blakester, and there we go for a 1-0 lead for the Lumberjacks.
Yeah, that was a nice top right corner. That couldn't have been given any better by Blasky, because that was a soft touch right there. Like, he could have shot that in, but he chose to do the right thing and pass it to Blakester. That is quality right there.
And then follows his touch, right? He follows his touch there he didn't get the bump, but he made him think he might get the bump, right? So here we have almost a second one coming out right away, but that's the best 50 seconds we've seen out of the Lumberjacks so far, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Right. And another shot by Blakester. The Lumberjacks have put in 2 goals just by being there, just by being adaptive. And it's simply just these awkward touches and awkward plays, but they just go right. They go in the right direction. Let's keep seeing that. That's how you can come back and win this series.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing more aggressive. As CTN, I did not notice the card change between games here. CTN trying to now chase down Paul to get a shot on target. Paul there playing in the corner to Blakester, dropping it back down for Blakester. Blakester trying to find a teammate in the middle, but can't do that. CTN now playing to the back wall. Paul looking to get a touch, and instead it is cleared out by his teammate. The ball's just kind of hanging in their defensive corner there. Could get dangerous, or they may just be trying to play a controlled breakout here, as Swamp Donkey gets a touch but beat to it by Blakester. Paul now trying to go up 3-0 with the shot, but can't get control in his offensive zone. CTN now kind of doubling with Percy, but they're able to communicate there and make sure only one ultimately goes for it. No team bump coming out. Percy now slow playing in the corner. Doesn't get a great first touch, which leaves it for Paul, but Paul instead gets dunked. Not going to be on target, as Blakester is able to break out of his own corner with the ball. We just have a lot of possession right now coming from the Flyers into that corner, but it doesn't actually, it's not threatening, it's not happening to really make you sweat if you're the Lumberjacks. The script is kind of flipped a little bit. The same thing was happening on the other side in the first 2 games that we saw. So if you're the Lumberjacks, you have to feel good. Except for that, CTN making a goal kind of out of nothing and coming up just over top of his defender and making a play out of a good touch by Percy.
Yeah, and it was a slow start for the Flyers, but now that they're back in this game, back in this series, they might be able to put this one to sleep, because the Flyers, when they get rolling, they're flying to that victory right there. I'm hoping that we can see more slow plays, more calculations. We have been seeing a lot of demos, but I feel like just don't overdo it. Just go for the opportunities to score. That's what you need right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's you need some opportunities to score, and then if you're the Lumberjacks, you also you can't play only defensive, right? It felt like they were maybe falling into that trap a little bit as they gave up that first goal here to have their lead cut in half. You still need to press. It's a 2-goal lead in a Rocket League match is really nothing to write home about, and can evaporate, especially with the way kickoffs work, in a moment. So yeah, they need to stay on the front foot, which they're doing right now very well, but Blakester there does get beat. Paul is tracking back with CTN hot on his heels. Paul gets bumped into the sky and tries to get a 50 down on Percy. Can't do that. Blasky comes and gets that 50 for him instead. Ball floating in the mid. We get a good 50 there coming from Swamtonki, but it goes into the corner. Not very dangerous. CTN tries to throw it off the back wall and doesn't get it on target from his teammate there. Percy now with a bit of a miss there as Blasky is coming in, but Swamtonki beats him to the ball. This is, we're having a lot of just kind of back and forth boom ball. It feels like not a lot of great possession happening in the past 45 seconds or a minute here, Seer.
Yeah, but it is almost enough to put goals in the net. Just do it in a way where it will make sense to your opponents. You never want to always panic on your defense. You want to take your time to realize what the opponent is doing. Because sometimes, you could have those moments where you do something unexpected, like we've seen in the first game, the second game. There's been moments where we've seen some weird plays, some weird shooting shots, and they've worked. So maybe doing something that is unfamiliar might work. It could.
No, that's absolutely correct. These guys are good enough. They've seen it all, right?
Yeah.
So you've got to find something that's different than what they've seen previously. As Blakester are now trying to do that, and he does get a double commit out of the Flyers. Blasky now unable to corral that ball in his corner. Instead plays it out to CTN. CTN playing to Swamtonki. Swamtonki looking for a play to himself off the corner, but can't find it. 19 seconds left. We need to see something from the Flyers, or they are going to lose that opportunity at a sweep. They have a couple more chances after it to pick up the series win, but you would like to wrap it up in 4 rather than allow your opponents to come back. And CTN there goes ahead and slams home that tying goal with 6.7 seconds left.
You just don't see him. He's just there. He just shows up. Where did he come from? I didn't even see him there.
It's the car. It's the car. No one's used to seeing that car. They think it's an AI on the field or something.
Yes. So now it is tied. 6 seconds left. This might as well go into overtime. Now as the crowd counts down, this ball touches down. We are in overtime. Match point. 2-2 Lumberjacks Flyers. Who is going to win this game? If the Flyers win, then the Flyers are your prospect grand finalists for season 7.
And here we have Percy now trying to get a play out of his own defensive end. Can't make the first touch as Blasky goes ahead and dumps it right back in. CTN now playing long. Paul backflips on the back line. Blakester goes ahead and covers for his teammate there as we almost have a glancing shot coming on. Swamtonki doesn't have the boost to follow up, and Blakester with a really nice save. 30 seconds in. Usually you see overtimes, they're either 30 seconds or they're 5 minutes. So it looks like we're hitting that 5 minute probably on this one because we're past 30.
Yeah. We're probably past an hour for what is going to happen later today. But all grand finals are going to be exciting, and I know that we're going to have a blast, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right.
So with all this time in the world, we're seeing that both teams are settled down to each other, and they're both making some tough plays. They're trying their best. They're putting in everything they can. But I really want to see who is going to make their moment. This is life or death right here. This is life or death. Somebody has to win. Somebody has to lose. But I would like the Lumberjacks to pull it together and come back. Because we don't want to see this game over. We don't want to see the series over right away. We want to see a game 7.
That's right.
We want to see this. We want to see all the paparazzi being outside when they win. They have their medals.
That's right. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. As we have an almost really good opportunity there for Percy to get a shot on target. Here we have Blasky now leaving the ball for a teammate. CTN getting a really nice touch off of the sidewall there to clear the pressure for his team. All plays the ball into the middle. Drops down for Blasky. Blasky has an opportunity to solo play here. The back wall is open, but he cannot put it on target. Instead, the ball bounces out for CTN. CTN wide open, and there you have it. Just from one end, a possible beautiful, stunning goal, to the other end, a dog walk to win the grand finals here in Prospect.
Yes, congratulations to the Flyers. You are now marked in MNCS history as your Season 7 LAN finalist winners. Congratulations to all the Flyers players. Congratulations to Prussia, the GM. He's remarkable. He has led almost every year or every season. Prussia has successful teams.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
He's a great GM. He drafts well. And then make sure the team work together. And we had the scoreboard up there quickly. The tough thing there, the Lumberjacks once again, they put up shots. They put shots on the board, but they just weren't able to get the response that they needed, the finishing touch that they needed. As we have the trophy and medals here on screen now. As we're getting ready to kind of give away our medals and ambrosia there. Any last thoughts about the series? Any thoughts about kind of just what the Lumberjacks missing there at the end of the day?
I believe it's just chemistry. They didn't have enough time to get used to Blakester and not having the original lineup. It kind of just cost them the whole entire series tonight.
Yeah.
And that's all, chemistry. Just get used to playing with your teammates, and if you know who you're going to pick up in the trade window, you have to know that beforehand.
Yeah.
Don't try to make these changes at the trade window. Make it when the perfect time comes. And
That's right.
Flyers, they originally had LJ, who was Miami, and they traded somebody for Percy. So Percy came in and changed the environment.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that is all for Seer and myself today for this first cast. We will have our trophy presentation and then the Rising Star Grand Final coming on later today, followed by the rest of the Grand Finals. Thank you all for joining us so much today. Seer, thank you for being by me in the casting booth here. This was a lot of fun. And we will catch you all throughout the rest of the day. Thanks, everyone.
Percy J, former MNCS champion as well. And give it up. We're going to have the medals presented by Prussia, the St. Cloud GM. Coming up next, we'll have the Rising Star Grand Finals and find out who your next Season 7 champions will be. Send it back over to the stream team. Thanks a lot, everyone.
We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I hope a good surprise. I could flip all the time that I borrowed and make another life. You can break my stride. There's a palace in my mind, made of light, and it shows. Yeah, yeah. The stars are falling, skies are raining gold. Yeah, yeah. Forever I'm free, that's what could be. So I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'm here one day. Hey. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Hey. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive again. Eternal, I'm alive again. Our story never has to end. Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Waiting for the flag to fall here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment. One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through. Claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance. Show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way.
Did you know St. Cloud State is investing heavily in esports? We have a content team we've hired just this past semester consisting of 2 videographers, a graphic designer, 2 esports managers, and a marketing manager posting content daily on our socials. We will be hosting tryouts for Rocket League this fall, which will include scholarship opportunities for leadership on campus, casters, producers, and players on our academy and varsity teams. Learn more at stcloudstate.edu/esports. That is stcloudstate.edu/esports. If you're interested, email Chase Newcomb at chase.neukam@stcloudstate.edu. All right, and thank you everyone for joining us here today at this wonderful venue at St. Cloud State. We just had our first grand finals wrap up. It was a really exciting matchup. Did go in the sweep for the Flyers at the end of the day. Coming in with that 1-game lead is a huge thing. Once again, Nuko joining me. I am Fiddlesticks. We have the same teams. They had the same result in the upper finals as the prospect here in Rising Stars. And so once again, we see the Flyers start with a 1-game lead. Is that going to lead the Flyers to a second consecutive championship here, or do you think we're going to see the Lumberjacks instead flip the script and get this one back on track for the Lumberjacks?
You know, I'm really hoping to see the Lumberjacks kind of flip the switch a little bit. You know, after watching these games, you know, you have a little bit of an idea as to how you want to, you know, kind of get that cohesion worked out. And, you know, at a LAN setting, that's always going to, you know, throw things under the bus. You're going to have all of these variables that you just never accounted for. So something like this is kind of hard to, practice for,
right.
especially when, you're put right up on the big screen. So it's definitely a little bit scary, but I'm definitely excited to see how the Bemidji kind of adapt to this.
Yeah.
Kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I was talking with Ori before the match, and Ori was saying she was talking a little bit about some of the things that they want to change. I'm not going to go ahead and give any of their team secrets away here on cast, just in case these guys take some headsets off when they're listening in. But Ori was incredibly confident. He's saying, you know what, we lost 4-1 in the upper finals, but he doesn't think that that's a predictor for how things are going to go here today. They split series throughout the season, so these are very evenly matched teams. At the same time, you have Rainy Nut, Schlonkerzy, and Tizzy, who are just incredibly strong players that showed it in the upper finals. And here on your screen now, you can see the upper finals, or see the whole bracket and how these teams got here. But this is do you think Bemidji can flip this one? I mean, the Flyers 4-1 is so decisive. Do you really think that that Bemidji has a chance?
I did have a chance to watch the upper semis. I did not get a chance to watch the lower finals for Bemidji, but watching them lose to the Rhythm was, a little bit tough to see them go down like that later on and lose to the Flyers. But now coming back into something like this is going to be really nice to see them, kind of trying to get back and gain what they lost essentially, and hopefully they can kind of accomplish that going into this next one here.
Absolutely. As we jump here into game one, Rainy Nut and the Flyers are trying to start things out with on the front foot here. We have a pass infield as Schlonkerzy trying to put one home. Ori now carrying off the sidewall, playing into the mid. Double commit coming out from the Lumberjacks, but they were able to call it off and make sure only one went for the ball. As a reminder, we do have the Flyers here starting out with that one-game lead as they came from the upper finals rather than the lower bracket. So game one could result in a 2-0 lead. I know I talked about it last series, but if you're the Lumberjacks, that's your number one goal right now, is you want to even the series up, make this a 5-game series, and put that lower bracket, upper bracket distinction behind you. And in the first minute, it looks like both teams really in a feeling out stage here, Nico.
Yeah, especially in this first one here. And honestly, being caught on that back foot, the Lumberjacks, having to give up that first game just because they're coming from the lower bracket, that's definitely a scary position to be in. But the Flyers, these guys are a scary team to go after, as Forty's going to have to save a shot coming out from the Flyers early on here. And maybe some transition offense from Blakesy here as he takes it over into the corner. Gets 50'd away, but Ari jumping up early up, try to contest this ball. And, the Lumberjacks, they almost have to play perfect from here on out if they want to stand a chance in this final.
Ori there getting a really nice 50 there to his teammate 40 in the corner. 40 trying to 50 with Schlonker, but can't. Instead, his teammate's going to have to come in and help him out. Rainy Nut just once again throwing the ball into that corner, gets a missed touch on the side wall. Ori tries to get the save, but cannot do it, as we have a 1-0 lead going the way of the Flyers here off of just a missed touch on that back wall.
Tizzy, a well-placed shot there, and it looked like he might have gotten a bump to kind of clear that back line, but ball going post in. Very, very nice shot to get these guys on the scoreboard. 3:15 left to go. Not a lot of time left, but still enough for the Lumberjacks to come back. We saw them come back from very large deficits going in previous games on LAN, so hopefully we can see something like that come out from them. So far the ball coming in on middle here. 40 going for a shot, but it gets cleared away by the Flyers.
40 now throwing a ball towards target. Tizzy getting a touch into his corner. Blakester waiting for the touch, not following up. He didn't feel like he had enough boost, I think, to go again. Ori now trying to get a back wall read, but is going to leave it for his teammate. Tizzy dropping mid, could be dangerous, but Schlonker is able to read his touch. Good comms there between the two of them to know that touch was dropping down. Now we have Tizzy playing a ball to himself in the corner. He doesn't get the boost, so he may have trouble following up his own touch here. But the Lumberjacks there were just a little bit too patient. That seemed like a good opportunity to punish a bad touch. Instead, Tizzy gets a demo, and the Flyers have a chance to escape, but instead it's 40 shutting that down and trying to get a shot on target, but unable to get the dunk there to keep the ball in the zone. Ball popping out for Ori, who's instead leaving it for Rainy Nut. Rainy up to 40, staying with the ball himself, but it looks like, again, the Lumberjacks are going to thwart this attack. This is not looking great for the Lumberjacks. They're just not getting dangerous possession. I know I think people who have heard me, I say that a lot, but you can have possession, but if it's not dangerous, if you're not doing anything with it, then what are you really accomplishing sometimes?
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, it's a really back and forth scheme going on so far. And, you know, bumps are coming out. It looks like that might pay off, but a nice save comes out from 40s to help save that one, give them going down 0-2 in this second game here for these guys. And now Ari trying to take possession, but he looks like he might have gotten a bad bounce off the wall. Another shot comes out from Schlonkers, and 40s will pick up a savior medal. But 130 left to go, and still not a lot of offensive opportunities for the Lumberjacks. Like you mentioned, having possession is one thing, but they just have to have a little bit of pizzazz and creativity, if you will, with their offensive possession. As, you know, right now, if you're the Flyers, you pretty much just want to maintain possession of the ball and hold on to it for as long as you can. And they're doing a fantastic job as they send 2 from Lumberjacks to try to contest that ball, but they win once more.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. They are doing a really good job of pressuring when they feel they have the opportunity to pressure, and then also sitting back and soaking it up. I mean, if you're watching the Women's World Cup, anyone out there, kind of like the U.S. Women's national team trying to soak up some defensive pressure against the Netherlands the other day, and hopefully for the Lumberjacks it goes a little better. But as we come back here to this one, we have 40s in his own corner trying to read a touch off of Schlonkers. Schlonkers does get beat to the ball by 40s, who plays it off the back wall, but Tizzy with another really nice read there to stop that back wall danger from coming out for the Lumberjacks. Tizzy staying with the ball, dropping it into the middle, but his teammates unable to make anything of it. 20 seconds left, and the Lumberjacks, they need, I feel like right now they just need some type of solo play. Someone just needs to go off for them here with 10 seconds left, and I just don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. The ball still in their half, and the Pelicans, they just have so much pressure and so much possession of this ball right now. Looks like Blaster trying to go throw this ball off the back wall here of the Pelicans side, and it goes 50 down into the ground. The Flyers will take game number 1, or their second win of this series.
That's right. As we go, game 1, match point 2, I guess you can call it, goes to the Flyers there. And sitting easy at 2-0. It's a nice spot to be when you're sitting 2-0 at the end of game 1 there. And, I mean, look at the Lumberjack shots. I think that is the story of this match. They had some possession here and there, but like we were saying, where did any of it go? And they're not putting balls on target. Sometimes you just need to throw things at net and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. And not a whole lot going on from the Flyers either. They got their 1, and after that, they kind of just, you know, they threw a couple shots on, you know, keep that pressure going. They don't want to just give Bemidji the ball by any stretch. However, you know, Tizzy getting that very nice goal kind of just set them, all right, let's just play, you know, a deep third when we need to and clear this ball out whenever we need to. And if the Lumberjacks aren't going to put on any pressure offensively with only 1 shot that entire game, they're sitting pretty good.
Yeah, it's you don't have to do a whole lot if your opponents are only putting 1 shot on, right? If you never feel like you're under threat, you're not panicking, you're not, you know, you're collecting your boost on time, you're rotating on time. And so the Lumberjacks, I mean, the Flyers goal, you called it out on the goal when it happened there, but even if he didn't get a great bump, there was the threat of that bump that opened that space up, resulted in a goal. Lumberjacks need to try to get some of that physical play. I mean, if I'm going to give one secret from what Ori said, some of that physical play is what he was hoping to see out of his team, and I just don't think we saw it there in game 1.
Yeah, hopefully we can see the Lumberjacks get a little bit more creative, for a lack of better words, offensively, and try to get this ball rolling in their favor as they send 2 to try to save that ball. It goes off the back wall. Tizzy puts up a shot, but it gets saved away by Blakester there. And now a lot of pressure coming on from the Flyers here. And a little bit of helter-skelter defense coming up from the Lumberjacks as they send a couple for the ball there, but it goes off the back wall and a nice 50 comes out. Schlonkers in the corner tries to get that ball towards mid. It gets cleared away by Blakester once again for a bicycle hit there.
Yeah, the Flyers here just came out firing here in game 2. They have been on the front foot this entire time, and it just feels like they want to again get that early goal and then sit back in their formation and just kind of allow their play style to just smother the game. Because right now what they're doing is just they're completely all over the Lumberjacks, as once again the ball just kind of keeps popping mid in a dangerous position, and then you have a race to the ball for who's reading it faster, who can get up faster, and who has boost to make the play. And right now that is there's no problem with doing that for them because the Lumberjacks aren't responding with good possession. They're not responding with a controlled attack downfield. So as we have another shot kind of coming on target here, this has just been a lot of threatening possession from the Lumberjacks early, or from the Flyers early on. Instead, we have Ori completely against the run of play, picking up a nice read off the sidewall, getting a good touch, back wall read there for a goal, top right side.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice shot put on by Ari there. And I think that's something that the Lumberjacks should kind of point out is that as soon as they get a nice clear away, they have a lot of opportunity to score. It just needs to be fast. Maybe send a person up deep in front so that you can kind of pass off and get an outlet. But when you notice that the Flyers are pushing up and have like a very high third, and it looks like they might not have another opportunity, it rolls off the top though. Blake tries to go for that shot, but it's just a little bit too high. It gets cleared away. Rainey going for a 50 on the Flyers corner, playing back wall here, trying to get this ball collected as they get a very nice bang out from Tizzy, send it back over to the Lumberjacks side. But a very nice start from the Lumberjacks going so far into game 2.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. They, if you're giving up that much possession, if it feels like the other team is on top of you that much, that must mean that their third man is playing on your half, right? There's no way they have a deep third man there. And so as we saw in that first goal, if you can get a good clear, maybe get a first touch off of the clear, you're going to create some good goal-scoring opportunities for yourself. So keep an eye on that for the Lumberjacks. They may look for these longer clears that open up some space. Even though it may look like throwing away possession, it is likely that they're just trying to beat that high midfield line, as once again we have 40s picking up a really nice ball off the back wall to go up 2-0.
And a great pass comes out here. We see, I believe that was Blake for the pass on that one there. And just a well-timed way to play in the corner and be there for your teammate when he needs him. And 2-0 lead for the Lumberjacks now. Things are turning around and they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit offensively, which is a great turnaround from game 1 that we had seen. They just need to hold on to that pace a little bit more now and see how well if they can kind of deter some of the Flyers' offenses. A nice shot comes out from Rainey, just a little bit too high to go in the net.
Yeah, that quick counterattack on the replay there, you could see there were 2 Flyers players completely behind the play in the offensive corner, and they just left a third man alone on an island, and it resulted in that second goal. So they are just playing an incredibly aggressive high line, and right now they're saying, try to beat us. The Lumberjacks have twice this game, but I think it looks like they want to continue playing with that high line, and they think they're the better team. They think that their formation, they think their system is the better system for this matchup. So as we have about just under 2 minutes here left in game 2, as the Lumberjacks are trying to get a point back, they really just need to sit and soak up some pressure here as you get a 50, a double commit, a ball attempting to be put on target, but we have a nice save there. Minute and a half left here. We need something out of the Flyers.
You gotta be super careful if you're the Lumberjacks in that situation and not double commit on certain situations like that, especially if you're up 2 and you don't really have to score. It's really important to trust your teammates and communicate that effectively when you're on defense here. It looks like they might be getting back on offense. Tiz going to go for a nice double contest there in mid to get this ball back in the Lumberjack side. He gets another 50 over in the corner. And Rainey coming from the ceiling, he goes for a read on that ball, but not quite as it's off the mark. And another shot comes out from Schlonkers, and it's going to go bar down and out. A super unfortunate touch from Schlonkers there. And just under a minute left to go. The Flyers are putting on shot after shot, and the crossbar is almost saving them here.
Yeah, this is Rocket League. I think usually they say it's a game of inches. I think this one's a game of centimeters right now, as it feels like just a couple of different shots on the other side of the crossbar. Just a slightly bit down, and this is a very different game. But you have to convert your opportunities at the same time. As we 30 seconds left, the ball is on the Rising Stars defensive half, and that is not where they want it. As Blakester there throws another one into their side. Tizzy looking for a bump. We're not sure if he was on ball cam or on his own cam. They're looking for that bump. And again, he's tracking back, leaving the ball now for Schlonkers. We get a demo of Rainey Nut on that defensive end, as the Lumberjacks really are just trying to swallow this game. It feels like they're soaking up pressure incredibly well right now from this offensive attack.
Schlonkers putting one nice and high to go down into the Lumberjacks net. I think a bump came out as well to kind of clear the back line. And 3.7 seconds left. Now, Fiddlesticks, I don't know if this game is chalked just yet. We've seen the Flyers contain a lot of offensive pressure and just possession of the ball in general these past 2 games. But with the clock striking 0, Ari getting a nice 50 off the kickoff to help slow this ball down into the corner of the Flyers side. Tizzy keeps it up, but a little bit too far off midfield, and Lumberjacks are going to be able to take game 2.
Yeah, that's something their prospect team wasn't able to do today. Is get that game win, get some momentum going in your direction. They're down 2-1, but you're also feeling it's 1-1 right now. You got to steal. You're gonna have to steal one somewhere when you come from that lower bracket. But right now, that was a great game. They put on 2 shots and they score on both of them. I think that's the only worrying thing that you have there. Schlonker's putting up 8 shots himself, coming out with 16 total shots from the Flyers, which is an insane amount of shots to only score 1 goal. But they were just a sponge that game. The Lumberjacks were, and it worked out really well for them.
And the amount of saves that the Lumberjacks have put on that game too, 11 for their 18 shots. With 1 goal from the Flyers, there's 7 shots unaccounted for. We can toss those up at the crossbar, just bar down and outs, things of that nature. But so much defensive integrity for the Lumberjacks right now. And I really want to see Blake get a little bit more on offense. We saw a couple shots try to come out from him in the first game. They didn't really get quite there, but we saw him in the corner pass over to 40s, or Ari, and get a nice shot off. And hopefully they can kind of get a little bit more offensively transitioned that way. I want to see Blake try to go for something crazy. But right now, such a coin flip of a game so far.
Yeah, it's been a tight series. I really cannot get a read for which of these sides is going to be the one that breaks the most, right? Is it the Lumberjacks going, you can attack, you can keep that high line, we're happy to do it with what we do, and we're going to beat you on the counterattack? Or is it the Flyers that are just going to get too many opportunities? It's a dangerous game to play for the Lumberjacks because you're counting on yourself to not make mistakes, you're counting on all of your reads to be really crisp, and you're counting on yourself to be able to keep up with Boost and make sure that you can make the plays, because Boost is such a thing in this game. If you have the read but you can't get there, it doesn't matter. As 40s tries to throw a shot on target there, but Tizzy able to get the save. Ori now putting another shot on towards the back wall. 40s into the corner. Ford himself doesn't get the double touch, though, as he now is trying to corral and control. He has a little bit of boost to play with. They may think he's on 0, but he leaves the ball instead for Blakester, who comes in with an absolutely beautiful shot in the top right corner.
You have to imagine what their comms look like there when 40s is just hovering right beside the ball, trying to make a play for Blakester there. And a nice top corner shot for Blakester, putting them up once again, trying to tie up this series for themselves. And like you mentioned, yeah, the Lumberjacks, they have such precision, and with the amount of shots to goal ratio that they're scoring right now, they do have to play precise, and they do have to play very, very accurate. And it almost becomes more of a battle of like quality over quantity in this case. But 40's putting up another shot once again. Schlonker's getting the save on that one, and a nice redirect for that one. Schlonker's getting a crazy touch.
What a beautiful touch there from Schlonkers. That's a really hard ball to pick up. Blakester almost beats him to it. Ori almost catching it there on the back line, but that was just a really nice, fast, speedy breakout coming from the Flyers to tie things up. As we are just a minute gone here in this match. A kickoff opportunity. Is it on target? It is on target. Ori goes ahead and gets that lead right back for his side.
Yeah, these guys, you can definitely tell that all gears are rotating now. Getting that confidence boost off of a kickoff goal is the best thing you can have in a situation like this. And under 4 minutes left to go, looking like a pretty good game for the Lumberjacks if they can just keep their offensive pressure going like they have this game here. They're sitting pretty good until the Flyers, come up with a nice strategy to kind of combat that. But it looks like they just got so many opportunities to work with right now. As we see Schlonkers now trying to get this ball mid. Ari's going to take possession of it here. Go for a 50 over at mid. Try to keep it in his half. It looks like Rainey read him into the corner of the Lumberjack side. A nice passing play comes out. Tiz is going to go for a shot. 40's with a great save, though, to clear this ball away.
Yeah, now we have Blakester in his own back wall trying to get a ball cleared. Rainey Nut is not allowing him to do that, but he's staying tight on the play. He's going to retreat and try to grab some boost as Schlonkers replaces him there. Ball going out for Rainey Nut now that he has a full tank, but he's going to give it away. He's not. Tizzy instead throws a shot on target from the infield pass from Rainey Nut. Tie this thing up at 2-2. What a beautiful passing shot.
I don't think that shot could have been any higher up and any faster. That was a very, very nice power shot coming out from Tizzy's there to tie it up once again. Both the shots from the Flyers so far this game alone have been absolutely amazing to, set this bar back down to where they want it to go.
Yeah, this is, I was going to say there before that goal, it feels like the Flyers have more just offensive force. They just have, the Lumberjacks feel like they can score, but they really rely on their full team plays, and it just feels like the Flyers, even though that was a passing play, it was just a rocket of a shot from Tizzy that resulted in the goal there. So I just really feel like the Lumberjacks, they need to continue to play together as a team. Their comms need to continue to be up if they're going to have a shot in this game and then in the rest of the series as well.
Ball kind of tossed around midfield here. Aries goes for a bump on 40 there. It might hurt him a little bit, but Blakester playing a very deep third in net goes for a great save on that one. Ball still caught in the Lumberjacks corner. One thing I want to see from the Lumberjacks is keeping possession of the ball after their first touch and making sure that they are at least there for the 50 to stop some of the Flyers' offensive pressure going into this one. We see the ball in the corner for the Lumberjacks a lot. And a nice clear comes out. Tizzy's going to have to play close to this one to stop Aries on this ball. He gets it around Aries, and a nice passing play comes out to get this ball back on Flyers offense. 1:50 left to go. Shot comes out, not quite there on target though, but Schlonker's keeping possession. He gets 2 50s, but it gets cleared away by Blakester. And once again, we're seeing the Flyers having to rush back on defense. It's going to be a scary situation for them if the Lumberjacks ever find a nice look on a breakaway.
Yeah, they just need to get that one touch over the line in the right area. You know that. Oh, as Blakester gets a really nice read, kind of unexpectedly off the sidewall there, and just throws it on target. It ends up being just once again against the run of play. He makes a dive, and no one is back to catch that ball in the top left corner.
Blakester, an absolute speedy boy, beating Rainy Nut to that ball and setting them up. 1:30 left to go. Is looking a little bit hairy right now for the Flyers as Lumberjacks, winning that last game and now getting close to winning this one to tie up the series for themselves. Looking really nice if you're a fan of the Lumberjacks right now.
Yeah, it is. The Lumberjacks, they need now to sit back. They need some defense. They put up the saves last game. Can they do it again here? Is it a really nice 50 there as Schlonkers was attempting to put a shot on target. The Flyers are very far pushed up. They almost got caught out there. No one from the Lumberjacks really had the boost, though, to make the push. 40's there. He's going to pick up that mid-left boost, get himself back on defense as a shot is coming on, and Ari gets up to make a really nice save once again. Rainy Nut dropping into the corner. He gets a touch to himself. He's going to try to go for the flip reset. He has it. He puts it off the back wall. No one there from his team able to be in the right position to slam it on target, however. 35 seconds left, and the Flyers need to put something together here. And right now, they're just kind of booming the ball into the corner. And if you're the Lumberjacks, you're okay to let that happen. Just keep playing it into our corner. That's not dangerous.
Absolutely, but you have to make sure that these guys are not getting any off-the-wall clears or reads because these guys are so cohesively tight on as a team that you have to make sure that you're not letting them get any crazy passing plays going on. But 10 seconds left to go. The Lumberjacks had possession of the ball so far, and they still do in the Flyers' side as this ball just can't seem to get out of their half. And another shot comes out. Ari gonna slam it home, and that would end the series for this game.
Yeah, that is a nice way to put this game to bed. As Ari there picks up just a ball sitting in the middle as the Flyers are trying to break out for one last attempt. Instead, here we are. We are going to have a nice 2-2 game here at the end of, or 2-2 series at the end of this one. As finally the clock hits 0. Lumberjacks pick up that win. They even this one up. We're in a 3-game series, and now if you're the Lumberjacks, you can breathe a little bit of relief. You've wiped that early 1-0 deficit off, and you've tied things up, and you've won 2 on the hop, right? You didn't win 1, lose 1, win 1. You've won 2 in a row, and you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, when you win 2 in a row like that, you know that you've got something consistent going on. You know that something's working, and now you're starting to, get into the vulnerabilities that the Flyers have right now, and a lot better shot percentage as opposed to the last game. And the Flyers are still putting shots on. They're just not able to get through the Lumberjack defense, to be quite honest with you. And we saw bumping plays come out in previous games between these two. I think something incorporating like that, and every single shot that the Flyers have put on have been honestly crazy shots. They're very, very accurate, very fast shots between passing plays and things of that nature. And I think that where the Lumberjacks are sitting is very, very solid right now.
Yeah, the Flyers they've had to have incredible shots to score. And again, I think you almost want to be able to hang your hat on a couple of goals that were easy to come by. And it feels like the Flyers are really working. They still put up 9 shots to the Lumberjacks 6. But the Flyers feel like their goal opportunities are hard-fought, hard-won goal opportunities. And I'm not going to say that the Lumberjacks are scoring easy goals by any means, but they're a little bit more in the flow of play. They're a little bit, you know, there's a little bit less of a individual like skill that has to happen on them because it's very team-based and they're really playing as a cohesive unit here. As Forties goes up and gets a really nice save early to start this game off, get his team calmed down after that opening kickoff was a little bit awkward for his side. Blakes are going to pick up that mid boost so that the other side can't get it. Forties now playing into the corner for Ori. Ori going to try to carry out, but instead Tizzy goes ahead and dunks him back into his defensive end, then backflips on accident as the ball gets over his head. Forties now trying to beat Rainy Nut. He does, but leaves it for Blakester. Blakester now fighting with Shonkers for the ball. The ball's kind of sitting mid. 40s, is he going to challenge? He does. A little bit dangerous as that third man, but felt his teammates were safely behind him, so he was able to challenge. Early minute in this one, it feels like the Lumberjacks have started this game as well on the front foot, ready to take this game by the throat.
Yeah, these guys definitely don't want just one game that was taken away from them being in the lower bracket to, you know, deter their motivation and, you know, hinder their confidence by any stretch. These guys really want to win this series, and it would be super cool if they did, considering, you know, they were taken down by the same guys to go to lower bracket. But nonetheless, a lot of pressure coming out from the Lumberjacks so far. No goals scored yet in the first minute and a half. However, a lot of back and forth play as both teams try to crack down the boards. Rainy Nut going for a shot, but not quite on target there. And this ball flying high off the Lumberjack side. Ari going to clear this ball away back towards midfield. Another high pop comes out on the Flyers back line. And a great redirect to clear that ball away.
Yeah, as Blakester throws one on target, Rainy Nut just able to get up. This game feels the most balanced, I think, of any of the games that we've seen in the series so far. The Lumberjacks are not sitting back in the same way. It feels like they are taking the pressure a little bit more on the front foot. As Forties gets a nice shot on target, but Schlonkers with a really good read to keep it at 0-0 with about 2 minutes gone. Some games it feels like you've been playing for 2 minutes and it's been 8, and some games it's the other side. How have we already seen almost 2.5 minutes of this game? This is just a fast-paced game. Both teams playing very quickly on both sides of the ball.
Another shot comes out from the Flyers, and a nice save comes out from 40. He picks up a savior medal. And yeah, like you mentioned, this game is almost the most important, as whoever loses this game will be put on match point. And so that's always a very scary feeling to have, you know, just that thought is kind of sitting in the back of your mind. Another shot comes out from the Lumberjacks, not able to convert into a goal though. Now Tizzy's midfield, he goes for an aerial, but it gets cleared away by 40s once again. Ari passing this ball over towards midfield, trying to get a play made, but it gets kicked away by the Flyers. And another high ball. 40's not able to read this ball, but Blake's playing on the back line. He gets a nice clear over into his corner.
Yeah, what you're saying is absolutely right. You really don't want to drop this game, and it feels to me that the Lumberjacks are handling this pressure a little bit better. You know, you've got the crowd around you, and you can never discredit what that does to these players. If you're the Flyers players, you've just dropped a couple games, you've got the crowd maybe on the other side, you're not feeling that hype as much. And the Lumberjacks seem to really be riding that as we get a good demo coming out from 40s, but his teammates unable to turn that into a goal. Blakester, though, does throw it downfield, giving possession away a little bit. 40s unable to get the read off the back wall, but then does on the double touch, essentially, to get a nice, safe touch for his team. Tizzy now trying to get a sidewall read, can't. Ori plays it to his teammate Blakester, who tried to put it over the top with just a little bit of a floater, but they were there, the Flyers, to get a good read and clear. The ball now just kind of getting boom-balled into the Flyers' end, and the Flyers don't feel like don't seem like they've had the same possession that we've been seeing.
I agree, and a demo comes out trying to clear up the line. Blakester getting bumped, but it looks like he picks up the save and has a possession on the wall here. A little bit of boost to work with. He has a great shot. It goes in. A minute left to go. The Lumberjacks finally rack one up on the board, putting them up in game number 4.
Yeah, Blakester with just a really nice individual play, and they have not been the team of individual plays yet, but that one absolutely put them up, and it came at an absolutely perfect time here with 1 minute left. That's, you know, you can defend for a minute. You know, if you're up 1 goal and you've got 2-3 minutes left, you cannot sit back and defend, but you have an opportunity here to really soak up some pressure, let the Flyers throw what they have at you, and right now you're saying, is your offense better than our defense? And if you can pick up one in the counterattack, then that is fantastic as well. As Rainy Nut now trying to drop one to the middle, Schlonker's up for it, but he gets 50 away by 2 Lumberjacks. They're double committing a little bit, but it looks like they've recovered pretty well as Ori's able to get his boost in that corner before the other side could. Ori now trying to drop for Blakester, but instead he is met in the air by a Flyers defender. Slonkers now trying to look for the offensive side. Ori instead shutting it down. Blakester as well, shutting it down. The Lumberjacks right now are just closing the midfield line.
Another scary shot comes up from 40s. Tizzy's picking up the save, and 10 seconds left to go. The Flyers, if they have anything left in the tank, they're going to need to use it right now. Otherwise, they'll be put on match point. Slonkers not able to make contact with the ball. 40s sneaking in and slamming another one home. That might just do it for the game on this one here.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just 40s finding a really good ball there, floating in the middle and getting an opportunity on target. Putting them up 2-0, 1.7 left. I don't even know if it's possible to score 2 goals here, even with a direct kickoff goal. It will not be, as the Lumberjacks are going to win 3 in a row. It's, you know, it's not a sweep, it's not a reverse sweep. They have an opportunity, though, to win 4 games in a row here, and it's after going down 2-0, kind of feeling a little bit lost. You know, they only lost 1 match there, but they really felt lost in the first match. And then they've brought this system on of allowing that pressure to come on, counterattacking, and finding really good opportunities.
Yeah, they have managed to find really, really nice counter attacks going into this one here. And the amount of saves that have come out from these guys have just absolutely been so consistent. 40's picking up 4 alone. And I don't have anything bad to say about the Lumberjacks right now. These guys are doing fantastic.
Yeah, they're cohesive. They look like they're playing as a unit. I think that was one thing I was saying about the Flyers is they feel like they have the powerhouse of the offense, but it almost feels like it's turning a little bit into a solo play offense. It feels like they're feeling that pressure. They're losing a little bit of we're a powerhouse as a unit, and instead they're trying to make things happen individually, and it's falling apart for them a little bit. With that high line they play, if they're not, you know, completely in sync, then the Lumberjacks are going to have those counters easy.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you know, the Flyers, they're doing such a fantastic job keeping offensive pressure and just keeping a general possession of the ball whenever they're playing midfield or playing in corners. They always have somebody at the right place at the right time. They're just maybe getting caught too far up in terms of, you know, cherry picking attacks and things of that nature that they have to watch out for. And I think that I would try to, you know, transition into something like the Lumberjacks are doing, where they're, you know, almost letting the offense come to them. And another one comes out for the Lumberjacks. That's, I believe, the second kickoff goal for these guys in their favor.
I think you're right. They're just 3 seconds in. I mean, that's exactly how you want to start your match point game for the Lumberjacks, and the exact opposite for the Flyers. It's kickoff goals. I'm not sure. I haven't been paying quite close enough attention, honestly, to see exactly what's going on with these, but sometimes 50s on kickoffs are just going to pop out one direction more than the other. You see Rainy Nut picking up a demo there on Blakester, a little bit away from the play. You wonder how much chasing we're going to see out of the Flyers. Are they getting frustrated? Are they going to start pulling themselves out of position to go for these demos? I think it could happen, and if it does, then you just need to stay patient, not panic if you're the Lumberjacks.
Yeah, it's a very high-risk, high-reward situation to be in when you cut yourself out of rotation to try to go for a demo, but a passing play comes out. Schlonker's going for a shot, and a great clear away from Ari to get that ball back over to the other side, but still caught in the Lumberjacks' corner. We've seen that happen time and time again. The Flyers having a little bit of a hard time getting to the middle of the Lumberjacks' end here, but the Lumberjacks once more having this possession here, but it gets kicked over to Rainy Nut as he flicks it over one. 40's going to jump high, have 2 touches on this ball to get it over 2 of them, and it might just be an open net. Oh, and there we go, Rainy Nut getting back just in time to save that ball.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is that little bit of a bump there to put your opponent off as Blakester goes up, reads the ball off the back wall from 40's. The bump there that time does not come out, nor does the read on the defensive line. And here we are, 2-0 with 4 minutes left going to the Lumberjacks.
And what a hard save that would be to be able to just try to roll up your own side wall and try to jump off. Reading an aerial shot like that is a huge, huge ask. And a great shot from Blakester to set this one up 2-0. 4 minutes left to go. Not looking the most fantastic for the Flyers right now, especially with them being on match point, but still a lot of time to make up and get this ball back on their end.
Yeah, and the Lumberjacks, these goals, the first goal is a kickoff, but this second goal that they have is coming from just shutting down a play from the Flyers in the midfield, and the Flyers not being ready for it. Their players are too far upfield, and then you're left with one guy back, hopefully to defend the unsavable shot, as you're saying there, and you just can't ask your teammates to do that. You know, we're in the middle of match point down 2-0, but you need to find a way to change that style up a little bit, help your teammates out, and you got to start with one goal. That's all you can do right now. Is pick up one, hopefully cut this lead in half here, maybe in the next minute and a half or so.
40's picking up a demo, trying to slow up this Flyers offense. but once again, still caught in the corner. Are you going to go ahead and save that ball and leave it mid for one of the Flyers to get this ball back on their side? They're kind of just letting them have the ball at this point, just making sure that they don't have any offensive transitions going into this one. Schlonker is throwing this one up for Tizzy. It looks like another shot comes out, but it's slaved away by Blakester there. And they're having such a hard time getting on the offense here.
Yeah, even when they throw stuff on, these rotations from the Lumberjacks are just too clean, and they're too safe, honestly. And it makes sense. Like, you should be playing a safe game right now if you're up 2-0. Blakes are putting another one on target, forcing a save coming out from Schlonkers. Ori now trying to dive in, can't get it. We have a little bit of a one-on-one unless 40s can get a good 50, which he does off into his corner. Now Rainy Nut trying to get the pass back. No, he's going to try to cut inside himself instead. Misread on the back wall, but unable to get the shot on target was Blakester there. Blakester now dropping back, leaving for 40s. 40s doesn't have a ton of boost, but he has enough to go for the flip reset. Maybe didn't get the flip there as it didn't come out. Our camera angle changed just before we could see exactly if he got that. Ori now 50ing it to the middle. Schlonker's not able to make a play on the ball. Minute and 50 left. This is in the area where you need to see a goal as soon as possible from the Flyers. You really would like to see a goal a minute, you know, when you're making a comeback like this. And it just doesn't seem like they have the threatening possession right now to make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. If you're thinking about, you know, making scary risks, now is the time to do it. Do it sooner rather than later. Just because if it does start working out, well, we did it when there was 10 seconds left in the game. You know, there's almost no time to score. And a nice shot comes out from Tizzy. Oh my gosh.
Really nice play there from Rainy Nut to leave the ball for Tizzy. Tizzy probably screaming in his headset to leave that one. Bar down, cut the lead in half, minute and 24. Now that is the exact amount of time that you're hoping for. It gives your team an opportunity for a comeback and leaves plenty of time on the clock to make that happen. As 40s takes a really nice 50, gets a flip reset off of the 50, but doesn't have enough boost there to quite turn his car and get the attack going once again. Blakester, he's just going to throw it high off the back wall, forcing an awkward touch from Tizzy's. Tizzy's throws it out to 40s. 40s now looking for a double touch himself. He leaves it for Ori. Ori plays it high off of the back wall. Cannot get that one on target as the ball is 50'd out towards goal, but 40s takes a bit of an awkward touch. It gets played back in the middle by Rainy Nut, but instead everyone is charging forward. It looks like it's going to be wide. The shot does not end up on target from Blakester there. As we are 45 seconds left, are the Lumberjacks going to come back to regret that missed open net?
That was a very, oh my gosh, I'm almost lost for words on that one. It looked like Tizzy just not quite having the angle, or just maybe a little bit awkward, missing that open net there. And still 30 seconds left to go. The Flyers down one, and this net looking a little bit scary and a little bit too close to the ball here. Now Tizzy going for a shot on that one there, not quite able to get on target though. 20 seconds left. Schlonker's also throwing his car at the ball, and nothing is coming out of this one yet.
Now is the time to not panic, and it's the exact thing that your body wants to do, as these teams both feel a little bit like they're panicking, trying to get shots on target and make their saves. You got to keep your rotations. 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left as Rainy Nut throws one into the middle. Blakester gets it clear down. Tizzy, the ball does pop up. We have an opportunity here as Schlonkers tries to put it on target. The ball is just floating. It is going to drop, and the game is going to go to the Lumberjacks, taking 4 in a row to flip the script on this one and win for their team and for their GM and everyone here.
A fantastic showing from the Lumberjacks, taking it 4 games in a row for almost a sweep, essentially, with the exception of the first game.
Yeah.
A fantastic showing from the Lumberjacks in this one.
Yeah, it really was. It's the Lumberjacks, yeah, like you said, in that first game they came out, it really felt like a feel-out game the whole time. They wanted to see what they were going to do. They wanted to see what kind of Flyers team they were going to get. And when they found that out, they decided, you know what, here's how we're going to play against it. Here's how we're going to beat it. And then they just did that 4 games in a row.
A fantastic job adapting to how they should be able to, you know, fix the things that they were doing in game 1 and keep that consistency going on into the next games.
Yeah, no, it really was. They played just so well as a team. I mean, the rotations that they had, it felt like there was never just an open, threatening ball on the back line. Like, they just kind of always had a safe play. They were playing an incredibly deep third man, it felt like, for a lot of that game. And sometimes that can just, you give up too much possession in the midfield, but it really worked out for them. They were able to utilize that as like a pressure release valve. And anytime they needed a long ball played, that third man really was there, and they could just kind of clear the ball out. It really was an incredibly well played game by the Lumberjacks. And any last thoughts here before we cut for the medal presentations?
I do not know. That was just such a. I'm almost lost for words. It was such a nice showing. And the Flyers, I almost wish that they managed to get that last shot in. I saw that there was a really nice opportunity coming off the wall going into the corner, and a backflip came out from one of the players on the Flyers. And a very, very unfortunate way to end the series that way for these guys. But once again, they're here for a reason. These guys are, some of the best. And I'm super, super happy with how that turned out.
Yeah. Sad we don't get a Game 7 here, but at the same time, the Lumberjacks, they deserved it there out on the field today. They came in confident. They came in ready to play. And I think we are set here soon to go to the trophy presentation. I think the guys are probably over there still high-fiving and celebrating before they head up to the pedestal. But it's been an honor to cast alongside you, Nuko. It's been a lot of fun. And everyone else, stick around. We do have a couple more series coming up today, a couple more grand finals. But any last words from you, Nuko?
I do not know. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, we will hand it off to the folks up front for the medal presentation. Thank you, everyone, once again for joining us. We've got 2 more series. Do stick around. Keep an eye on the stream for how long before the next game, and we'll be back with you with some new casters here coming up with the Challenger Finals soon.
Give it up for your Season 7 Rising Star Grand Champions, the Bemidji Lumberjacks. We've got 40, Blakester, Ari gave it their all this season, and it paid off. We'll have our Rising Star coordinator presenting the medals for the champions. Great work, guys. One more round of applause. Coming up next is your Challenger Championships. Rochester Rhythm facing off against Mankato Atlas.
make you move. We gon' make you loose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's open tonight. We get funky. From side to side, we gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let's lose our mind. We get funky. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before.
everybody. I'm Taro, in case you don't know me, or Corbin, and I'm the owner of MNCS. And thank you guys all for showing out here. It has been a whopper of a day. We have 2 more exciting matches, and before that, I've got an awesome announcement to make. But before I get to that, I know that everybody in here has their own Discord, and we are almost at 100 viewers online. So I want you guys to get some people here watching the stream, shout us out in your own Discords, and get us over 100 viewers, all right? Because this announcement's pretty exciting, too. One more thing before I get there. We have an organization called COPE with us here today. It's the Coalition of Parents in Esports, and they are forming a community of parents around MNCS. So if you haven't been able to talk to them, their booth is right back there. And if you're viewing online and would like to get involved with other parents around the Minnesota Championship Series, you can find iHeart in the Discord or find Sarah Wolf _ on Twitter. All right, now for our big announcement. We have heard your feedback from the past couple of seasons about our prize pools being watered down as we split it up against more and more people, so we are going back to the old ways. This match and the next match are both going to be splitting a $1,000 prize pool. $1,000 prize pool, 60-40, Premier 60, Challenger 40, winners only. Let's hear it. Putting the pressure on you guys. All right. With that bomb dropped on our players up here, I think it's time we hand it over to them for some awesome matches. Give it up for them, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Challenger League Finals Season 7 edition. I'm Turney Ernie. This is Freight Cabbage. Cabbage, the entire year has led to this very moment. We have the 2 Titans, and they finally get to clash here. Let's let it unfold.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining us as well, probably didn't hear that in the arena because they're a little quiet there. But Taro said that, we've talked about prize pools in the past. We've talked about, they've gotten a little bit smaller, adding another league, adding prospect in there. So this one, $400. Premier $600 on the line.
A little bit of change in your pocket.
Winners only, yeah.
Winners only.
Wolf has a chance to really clean up here today if he can get 2 for 2, of course.
Let's start with the first one.
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Let's start with the first one here. This is the one we're on at the moment. You got the Mankato Atlas.
Yeah.
Conundrum, Stratus, Made Its Nate. All very solid players. They are going to start a game down. But I see this going the distance. They went to the distance yesterday against this very same Rochester team. But again, it just came down to a coin flip of Game 7.
And they've been good, too, because, back-to-back sweeps now. A 4-0 versus the Inferno, and then a 4-0 versus the Flyers as well. So really coming on hot right now. And then the Rhythm on the other side, like you said, that 1-game lead. And they've been doing well. A 4-3 win over the Atlas, and then yesterday a 4-0 win over the Flyers there to get into this grand finals. So they're also coming in with some heat. Take a look at the teams. Like you said, Conundrum, Made Its Nate, and Stratus on the side of the Atlas. And then for the Rhythm, it's Burf, it's Dicey, it's Wolf. 2 of those players have a championship. 1 does not. Can he get one here tonight?
We'll have to see. Dicey, he's actually wearing my headset right now.
Oh. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
He's been playing pretty damn well so far.
He always plays pretty well.
This is true. But, again, this Atlas team, they are stout. They're filled to the brim with talent. We're going to take a look at the bracket that we've had this weekend. First round, Rhythm and Atlas going at it. Rhythm sending the Atlas to the bottom bracket, making them do a bit more work. Atlas to handle the Inferno. They shoot down the Flyers.
Yeah.
And they get a chance at vengeance and revenge.
Yeah, and like we said, it's been sweeps. We were expected really close back and forth battles, but the last 3 matches in Challenger have all been sweeps. So I don't think that's going to happen here, considering the talent we have on stage here. I think it's going to go 6, if not 7, especially with that 1-0 lead start for the Rhythm. I think the Rhythm are going to take this one. I think it's going to take most of the distance. What do you think, Ernie?
what I think doesn't matter. It is all up to the players now here in the Challenger League Finals for Season 7 of the MNCS. And we're going to start off on Forbidden Temple, as the Rhythm will have a one-game advantage going into this series.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, Stu. We've talked about Made It's Nate this entire weekend. He's replacing Sir Hex as a sub in this one, of course. A player who has plenty of experience, as that's going to open it up. Wolf gets on top, takes the first dunk home, takes that one in the back of the net. Good start for the Rhythm.
Wolf wasting no time to get this ball in the back net. Just gets a good 50 up front. Not flashy, didn't need to be, just forced its way through.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for the Atlas to come out hot here. Of course, we saw the Rhythm take a couple of games sometimes to get this battle going, you know, end up winning 1 or 2 and then losing a streak. In this case, if they win 2 right off the bat, you're against serious points. So Atlas, respond quick, respond often, and see if you can really level this one. I would say the next minute would be the big part.
The fan there from Burf going to have some space for Nate. He gets cut off, going to have to regroup, gets a demo on the Burf. It's a hair scramble in front of the net for the Atlas. We'll get away with it here. Rhythm hold that midfield line. Burf slams one in. Gets that perfect waterfall drop. Couldn't have asked for much more.
No, really, you can't. I mean, it's kind of an awkward bit of defense here from the Atlas. Stratus wanted that one, but just couldn't get the touch off the backboard. And talk about full, you know, all-around player. Burf already in this opening minute. A goal, an assist, a save, and a shot. So he's already done it all in this game. He can phone it in, and, I mean, the Rhythm starting off well.
He can phone it in, and we don't want him to mail it in, though.
No.
There's still there's almost 4 minutes left to play. And it's only a 2-goal lead. That's nothing in Rocket League. Nate trying to get that one upfield. Burf's going to have it unlocked. 2 meet in the corner. Plenty of Fenix out there. Got the 1 Octane and, of course, Conundrum in the signature Venom. He's been in it for seasons. It's just his thing. It's his style.
Yeah, and it was interesting earlier, too, because when the Atlas were winning this morning over the Flyers, he switched to the Octane for a singular game, and I don't know what that was about, but watch to see if that happens once again. Has now made it Snake going for a dribble here. Gets a 50, but back in his own direction. Conundrum back to collect. Has to beat Dicey in the corner. Does get it past him, but Burf up quick on that one to help out Dicey. Accidental back pass there, but Wolf should be able to handle. Fight forward in the corner. Stratus off the backboard. Quick shot attempt. Conundrum's going to send that one high. And maybe a counterattack now. Burf and Wolf on it there, but made it Nate off the corner.
That was the best look the Atlas have had so far. Just unfortunate Conundrum couldn't get that one down. Still a 2-goal deficit for Mankato. Wolf trying to stretch that one. Couldn't find the near post. Tuck it inside. Burf happy just to hold the zone. Gets another dunk. Absolute monster. And then Conundrum with just a clear. I'd like to see the Atlas start utilizing their teammates a bit more. Get creative has really kind of been my go-to word so far this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, they've played some decent enough defense so far, as there's a chance actually for that one to go in, but Burf stopped by Stratus there. He'll take it off to the sidewall. Conundrum diving in. Nate trying to come in to help as well. And I think they really just need to stretch out the rhythm. That's been the issue as well, is that when Rochester is able to take possession, really force their way into your zone.
Wow,
that one's forced through a defender, but Conundrum, huge save there on Wolf, keeping that one, keeping it just that 2-goal deficit. 2 minutes left here, still a chance, but I mean, Rhythm keep pouring it on.
Conundrum has to be careful here. He's last back. Wolf's going to just tap that one down to the corner. Rhythm, a bit of a dump and chase. As the Rhythm are really just kind of just waiting at that midfield line, waiting for the Atlas to give the ball to them so they can pepper the backboard once more. The Atlas, they're struggling to find ways to break out. There's a double commit on the goal line. Stratus already with the Savior medal so far in this game. And the Atlas just sluggish out of their own end.
That's the thing, too, is you see all these boost deals, you see a handful of demos as well, and it just causes so many problems here for Mankato, where they need to push forward, they need to break out of their own zone, but they can't because the first player there is always a Rhythm player. It's now Stratus maybe with a chance in on the attack here. Wolf goes to the base.
What a fake!
He can't get to it either. Stratus beautifully puts that one on the far side, cuts it back to 1.
Stratus, backflip was calculated, got back down to it just enough to pop that ball up, put it top shelf where mom hides the cookies. And here in game 2, Atlas within 1.
Yeah, And really, the question now is, what do you have to follow that up with? Is that repeatable, or is that a one-off goal that you can't make much of? As Wolf will try to put some pressure on here early. Conundrum there as well. Burf wins the 50, then Dicey has to take one away as well. Made its Nate challenging in there. I don't know what that touch was. Should have just left that as he had a teammate coming in. Now Conundrum maybe, but that one's going to be high as well. Uncharacteristic misses in this first game from Conundrum.
No, it is the grand finals. Could be a little bit shaky, but I don't want to chalk that to nerves because you played on LAN yesterday. But, you know, maybe here there is $400 on the line to the winning team. Dicey back from the brink and to keep this a 1-goal lead for his squad. And the Atlas have 14 seconds to go coast to coast.
And that's the problem, is that Rochester now just going to stall this one out. Dicey takes a slow 50 in the corner. Wolf just rips it up off the backboard. Burf going for a little extra cherry on top, but that one's going to miss. Now Dicey, once again, he'll get a good 50 there, and that one will drop. So the Rhythm take game 2. It's a 2-0 lead now. And, I mean, it's going to be tough because the Atlas need to get into this quick.
The Atlas need to get one of these first 2 games. They dropped the first one. Granted, they showed some prowess. They are fighting. They just got edged out. It is a 1-goal game, so nothing to get discouraged about. You're able to put shots on. Only one of them got going off of a phenomenal play from Stratus. But I think early on, you can't have a goal in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, especially not when you're starting with that disadvantage from the lower
You got to
bracket.
be guns blazing right out of the gate. You got to be 4th gear pinned wide open.
Yeah, and there's nothing, there's not much that you need to take from that game. I think for the Atlas, you can really just chalk that one up. First game, take it, deal with it. You've got another lifeline here before
You're settled
you
in.
lose this series. Yeah, you've got some back and forth here. It's okay if you win 1 or 2 and then lose 1. You still have that, that space to work with. But lose this one, lose game 3, almost impossible to come back.
The big one is they just get that first win out of the way, and then you're like, okay, we're just about even with these guys. Granted, Rochester started out with a 1-goal or a 1-game lead. Atlas are still knocking on the door. They just got to wait it. Just got to keep plugging along to bust it off its hinges here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I got to see more out of Conundrum. I talked about a miss there in game 1. I think we need to see a little bit more out of him just because he's a player who we expect to have a huge impact here. Stratus, coming up from Prospect last season, has done well throughout this season, done well throughout this event as well. But
nice.
Really the chances. That one looking top shelf, but Burf, good save on the goal line in a dangerous spot. Made its Nate. Now he'll chip that one back out mid. Dicey, it's that 50 there, and Conundrum goes for the possession. Dicey rips it back.
Already in the first 30 seconds, I like what I'm seeing out of the Atlas here. They're finding each other. They're looking for those connections. Speaking of speed, Nate with the missile. My goodness.
Yeah, that one a little bit of a pinch there. I don't think the Rhythm are going to like that one because Wolf, I think, just wanted to probably leave that one there.
Just trying to get out of the way.
And just unfortunately goes top shelf. Dicey almost got to it, actually. I thought there was a chance in which he sends that crossbar and out, but Atlas, they'll take the lead here.
Atlas, you're where you want to be. You are in the driver's seat. You now control your own destiny. But you still have a full game to play. Nate a bit aggressive, trying to go for a bump. Stratus had to get that touch. That could be dangerous. Wolf with some space. Nate will rip it away. He'll follow through. Touch off the wall. Down. Doesn't have a teammate there at the moment. Conundrum follows. I like the pace of play that the Atlas are playing with. They have some urgency with them now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like you mentioned, looking for each other as well. Conundrum, a nice demo there. It's been passes. That one not too good, but we'll take the bad with the good.
Oh
There's that
no!
one.
As it's a catastrophe on the backboard. Dicey's gonna say thank you very much. I don't think he'll send him a Christmas card, but he's gonna take it.
Oh man, yeah, and 2 players there for that one. Those are the mistakes that really hurt. You can deal with one mechanical mistake, but both those players just not able to get a touch on that one. And you work hard for that opening goal. You defend it for a good 30, 45 seconds there, and then give it away on something like that is really not where you want to find yourself. So now Atlas, can you respond? Stratus trying to get a pass out of the corner, but Dicey with a demo. That's going to end up pinching out towards mid. Conundrum trying to be there, but just out of reach for him. Stratus now. He'll 50 that one low and inside. Now made its Nate. Camera having a little trouble on that one as Wolf sends it back out mid.
Wolf getting this one upfield. Dicey's going to get smoked up high by Stratus. Conundrum pops. Nate just going to get a nuisance touch, doubles around the corner. I don't like it when teams wrap around the corner at this level. It's going to get shut down every single time.
And you know, you speak about the corners as well, but just trying to rip it off the sidewall. That's something
that's diamond gameplay. That's what I do in ranks.
If you have enough power, maybe, but it's really hard to get that right amount of power, and we almost get punished on the defensive side. Burf with a nice touch there. As now Nate once again trying to redirect that one in, but Wolf takes the counter. It's going to be Conundrum back on defense. He misses the touch on that one. Has to go low for the save. Now Dicey going to lose that 50. Nicely done, but Conundrum 0 in the tank.
0 in the tank, and just poor time. He had a great touch to get it downfield. That's a great pass! What a pass! And Conundrum, picture perfect placement.
Yeah,
that was pretty.
That's the Conundrum we expect to see. He realizes that the attacker,
He
the
has
defender,
the whole net to shoot at,
Yeah.
and he shoots it right at the two defenders.
well, because he knows the defenders are crossing the net there. They're going to expect him to go back post at least towards the center. He slots that just beneath that attacker, or the defender, excuse me, in the corner there, and has his impact felt. I want to see more out of him. Keep it going here. Keep on showing them who you are. As Stratus, another great touch there. Trying to really put himself into this series as well.
Stratus came out of nowhere on that touch. I wasn't expecting them to be there. Bounce shot. Burf gets it away. Wolf looking for a teammate. Drops it down. Could be a bit dangerous. Fake up front, trying to go top corner. Stratus Dicey says no. And with just under 2 minutes play, Rochester, the team behind. We'll see if they can scratch and claw their way back.
Yeah, of course, we've seen them come back late, though, you know, all throughout this series, all throughout the race, all throughout LAN, rather. But they're a team that doesn't matter where you put them, they're still going to keep on fighting, and that's what we expect to see. So 90 seconds, might as well be 0 seconds. They're gonna play regardless. Stratus trying to put the pressure forward, made its Nate. Once again, looking for that touch. Now a bump out mid, but nobody's there to receive it. Just Wolf in the opposite direction, top corner.
Oh,
Conundrum, huge save there once again. That's what we need out of him.
Nate gonna get that one upfield. It's gonna slip past Burf. Dicey and Stratus will converge in the corner. That's a sharp pass straight down off the ceiling. No one was really able to control rhythm, come up with it. 2 in the corner, Dicey fans. Nate gets a demo, may not work out. As it's just a traffic jam in the orange end.
Yeah, nobody really able to get a clean touch out there, and that might come back to bite the Atlas, but for now they're able to keep enough players in between the ball and the net that there's no open shots, no open lanes there for the rhythm, and that's what you need to do. I mean, if you can't play pretty defense, at least keep yourself in the right position, and that's nicely done there. They finally do break out. Made it Nate going for the dribble, top shelf, that one's saved. Wolf on the goal line gets his 3rd of the game here and keeps his team in it with 30 seconds left.
If I'm honest, I thought that ball was dead to rights back of the net. 20 seconds. Rhythm need to gain control. Stratus happy to pass to himself, waste some more time. Wolf had an opportunity. Conundrum right there. Speaking of Conundrum, top cheese. Good night, game 3.
Yeah, and that's good there too, because Conundrum, like I said, we saw some misses in the last one. This one, tight angle off the corner. Burf makes a mistake, doesn't get contact there. Conundrum punishes him. Top shelf, near side. That's the harder side to shoot at from that corner, but puts it away. That is a sign that he's warming up. It's a sign he's ready to go in the series. And the Atlas pulled us back to within 1 in the series now. And you know, we've got a series on our hands.
You know, we asked for Mankato. You got to get this next game. Show us something. And boy, howdy have they ever. We really have a series on their hand. Both teams can win one, and I think for Mankato, this will be like, all right, we can go toe-to-toe with these guys. We can beat them. Sometimes you have to prove it to yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, what I like to see as well is just the fact that everybody involved. Made it Nate coming up as the sub. Love to see him with a goal and an assist. It tells you he's involved on the offense. It tells you it's not just that 2-player game with the 2 starters. It's not. They're not excluding that 3rd man. Yeah. He's joining them in the team play.
He's not putting up a donut factory.
Exactly. That's what we like to see. And on the other side, I mean, that's tough for the rhythm there. That's Dicey with the 1 goal, which was nice. It wasn't bad, but unfortunately, gonna need more. They were really on the back foot here. It's nice to see the shots and the saves flip to show that the Atlas can hold their own at this point.
And for the Atlas, the 1 goal they gave up was really the only big mistake they had that game, was that double commit on the backboard where both players whiffed, and Dicey just had to tap it. Nevertheless, going into game number 4, We'll see if the Atlas can keep this up or if the Rhythm will retake control. Again, two of the best teams throughout the season, start to finish. And it all comes down to this.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that I'm interested to look at too as well is the shot difference there. I mean, the Rhythm, we've seen them have offense and defense in the same game, but in that one, 3 shots total. That is really low for this team, where we expect them to have a lot more on both sides of the ball, but nothing really.
It's a good early demo. Maybe some set plays coming out for Mankato here. Another demo from Nate. Conundrum double gets robbed by Wolf. You're kidding me.
Ah, yeah, he wanted that one so bad, and that would be a characteristic play.
Dicey and the Mantis.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Car change to.
That is obnoxious, Dicey.
God. Hey, it's what's fun. It makes
Hold
it happen.
on. Stratus open net. What?
Another miraculous save.
What?
Don't know how the Rhythm keep that going there, but it's actually.
And it goes the other way. You're kidding. How many times do we see this? There's a phenomenal performance at one end, and a team doesn't score, and the team that makes the save puts it back the other way in a quick counter.
Yeah, and Burf in the right spot there, but I think that one honestly would probably go to Wolf in my eyes because he came through with a demo. There was 2 players coming to try to sweep that one away. He takes out the third. Burf just has to put that in the back of the net as we see another early demo.
So many demos.
Trying to go and do something there. I mean, that's the thing is the Rhythm know that if they offset the Atlas there and just try to put them in an awkward spot, it'll be okay.
Oh,
Man, it's Nate of beauty as well.
My word, that was filthy.
Yeah, that one absolutely fantastic. That's, when your sub is doing that, which of course, discussion about if he's a sub, whatever. But beautiful placement. Beats Dicey on the near side there, ties it back up. A really quick response here. Keep the Atlas in this essentially 4-minute full game.
We're back to square one. So with 60 seconds gone, we've had about 1,000 demos. It feels like, because compared to the rest of the series, there hasn't really been any. And I think for both teams, you're like, okay, demos are going to change the series for us. Little did they know, the other team had the same idea.
Yeah, and Burf in a dangerous spot there. He's putting pressure on, just holding down that boost button, seeing how close he can get and put some pressure on us. Wolf up for this one now. That one's dropped down. I think Wolf doing a great job in this one to keep the pressure going. Burf gets another one there, and you saw Wolf in on the pressure there. He was just causing some awkward interactions. Was just enough of a challenge there that Conundrum couldn't get the clear he wanted, and then Burf able to convert on the waterfall.
Backboard defense for the Atlas has been subpar so far this series, and that could make or break this series. They're only down by 1, still plenty of time. It's a good fake out by Nate to let Stratus cut in. But it's the aggressiveness from Wolf that the Atlas are just have to be aware of, and that's causing them to second guess and hesitate on their positioning. They got to worry about where he is at all times as Conundrum moments gets taken out.
Yeah, there was another chance for a demo or two there. Burf is up on this one real quick. Wolf might have a chance to put this away. Yes, he does. There's a little bit of a double commit in the air for the Atlas there. And there's that aggression. There's no space to breathe. There's no space to do anything. Burf just sends that one off the ceiling. Stratus is on the backboard. It's out of reach, and another great play for the Rhythm. Another great team play with that aggression, and a 2-goal lead now. Looking strong in game 4.
Stratus went to protect the top. Wolf went down to the bottom. And Nate almost saved his own shot. Almost. Back to a 1-goal deficit here.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure who that was up front. Got faked out. It looked like he had a chance to make the save. Didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's that's the nature of it all. Sometimes you think you have that read, you don't quite get there in time, and that's you got to take it and just roll with it. You can't linger. That's the biggest thing right now too for either one of these teams is that you start getting in your own head here, this series could fall out of your favor. I mean, of course, Rhythm in the lead, but it's a tenuous lead. It's only 1 goal. It's only 1 game. So keep that mental strong. Keep the positivity going. Keep that team play going. Either side, you'll be in a better spot.
It's a good challenge from Stratus. He really had to adjust to get to it. Nate following up, has Dicey Conundrum committed to that. Stratus, dangerous read off the wall, almost gets the double. That's going to be a tap in for Conundrum. It's all tied up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, and this time it was Rochester running out of boost there. Wolf just puts it off to the sidewall, and Burf is over there for the quick contact, but Dicey off your screen on the left side, comes onto it there late. grab and boost in that far corner. He had to have his teammates do something more because he was absolutely out. Wolf was out. Somebody needed to get boost, and unfortunately, the Atlas do a good job of capitalizing.
Just a misread from Burf. Nate redirect backboard Stratus. You're not going to get the ball through 2 defenders. Worth a try. Tied 3-3, 2 minutes to go. This next game, huge for either side. Rhythm looking to go to match point. Atlas looking to tie the series.
And once again, I just love to see the aggression out of the Rhythm. They're throwing themselves at this one. They know they've got the players behind them to back themselves up, and it's working well. I mean, Dicey back there's the 3rd man at mid. You see 2 of them back there, but this is going to be a good clear. Stratus gives that one down. Now made his Nate. He's going to go for the read, just barely off on that one. I think if he's in a dominus, he puts that away.
To me, Dominus best card in the game. That's a topic for another time. Nate trying to go off the ceiling, but Burf is like, I have better plans. We're going to go this way. Stratus, no boost, just staying behind it. Wasting a bit of time. Conundrum gets this one inside. Dicey trying to get it out. Nate. Both teams going back and forth. Final 60 seconds. Wolf with a big chance. Conundrum has to stand tall. Burf to center doesn't have a teammate there.
I think the big difference for the Rhythm here too is that if you keep, they've been doing well in my eyes on preventing the Atlas from stealing any boost in their own end. We see that they just barely beat out a couple of defenders. That one's gonna be a shot on net there. Burf, he will sneak it home. He gets his hat trick, gets the lead here with less than a minute on the clock. The Atlas really gonna struggle to take this one back now.
Oh, just some communication between Conundrum and Nate there. And Stratus was just left nowhere. He's left in no man's land. It's a 2-on-0 the other way. Rhythm are going to retake the lead here with 44 seconds. Atlas, it's time to pull the last card out of your sleeve. See if it's an ace. Bar down and not going to happen. Burf, nice try. Trying to extend the lead here. Still 4-3. Conundrum, try to get that up to Stratus. Wolf's going to body him out of the way. Another great 50 from Wolf.
Yeah, some awkward interactions here. It feels like the Atlas just struggling to have that communication. It gets so much more difficult in these stressful situations late in the game when you're trailing. Just when the entire series is on the line, it becomes so difficult to find your way and keep your composure there. And that might be it here. It's actually made it Nate going to have a chance. He's got to keep it up. He's got to have somebody help him. Conundrum's going to miss that one. And it'll land, and now the Rhythm 1 game away from taking this title, taking that $400, and sending Wolf into another grand final with one already under his belt.
Rhythm, that's the best game we've seen from either side. Shots 9-8 in favor of the Rhythm. That one shot was the difference maker. Burf with the hat trick. Wolf, Dicey's there helping out as well. Nate, a couple of phenomenal individual plays. But it's just, they're so close. And for the Atlas, they're able to score first, but they just weren't able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and that's really the difficult part is that you had that lead. You had a couple of times where you were in a decent spot, but you got to convert. You got to do more. Close enough doesn't matter. Close enough isn't going to win you this championship. You have to get it across the line. And so far, that's what the Rhythm have been doing. They've been the ones who've been able to push it across the line there at the end and take 2 games out of the actual played so far.
As we'll get into game 5 here. Both teams lying and waiting to control destiny. The Rhythm 5 minutes away from taking it all. The Atlas looking to stay alive a little bit longer.
And that's the thing is that actually I'm not too concerned for the Atlas here. They're a team that has done well with their back against the wall. Had to come in through the lower bracket of the play-ins. Had to take it back from being in the lower bracket of this as well. Back-to-back sweeps after getting knocked down to that lower bracket. So it's a team that, it's not over till it's over. They will fight until the last second is on that clock. And, for the Rhythm, you got to keep on your toes here because at any moment the Atlas could just turn this thing around, get that one game, get that second game, and all of a sudden it's game 7.
You got to keep
you're shaking.
The Rhythm off the scoreboard. Conundrum that. Good save. Making me worry a little bit, but I think for the Atlas, the longer they can keep the Rhythm out of the net, the better off they are.
Yeah, and Stratus will take this off into the corner. Conundrum go for the transition as Dicey sent this one back. Nice back pass to Burf. He'll pay for it. Gets demoed out of that one as Stratus drops it into the corner. Not a great touch there. Burf wins that one high. Excuse me, Wolf on that shot. That one sails wide, but again, a little bit of a pass there for the Atlas that you don't want to see towards their opponent's end.
A lot of the touches for the Atlas and their defensive end bounce back in front of their own net, and then they have to scramble. So for the Atlas, you got to start controlling your touches and communicating, as we see another double commit in the offensive end. And the majority of the time, when you double commit in the offensive end, that's just going to, you got to go back and play defense.
Yeah,
but so far, not the case. Nate swoops and Atlas take the lead.
And that one is 100% Stratus there. He gets the pass around to the corner, demos one, then bumps the second as well. Opens that up, and Dicey almost able to get back there in time. Taller car, maybe he gets back to that, but it's a lot of what ifs. And regardless, the Atlas have the lead again, but can they do something more with it? Can they actually establish a game here, or will it be the Rhythm warming back up into it, finding those mistakes and capitalizing?
As he passed the Wolf off the corner, Burf isn't there. Conundrum just looking to control. Around the corner, gets this off the ceiling. This has a chance. Stratus has to reach for it, can't get there. Nate with the demo, Stratus can just keep with it. Why not? Touch middle, want that one to go up the wall. Now the Atlas have to go from their own end.
Yeah, it made Nate doing a good job of just taking some time there, letting his teammates reset and kind of gather their thoughts behind him, so he's got some space to work with, and they get a more cohesive attack. Of course, kind of fizzles out there. Dicey with a nice clear the opposite direction, but it allows the team to work as now Stratus bumps one away. Nate trying to get it past Burf, but that's a nice 50. Follow up there for Conundrum. He'll get beat by Wolf. Out towards mid, but made it Nate. Nice booming clear there. Good power on that one to free up his team.
Rochester, when their spacing is in sync, they can control that midfield line so well. We haven't really seen that in the past couple games. As Wolf point blank going to get shut down. Team will stay behind by one. I see awkward on the near post, but Wolf is there. All three players for the Atlas flooded over to that left-handed side. Like to see them space out a little bit more, but sometimes when the Atlas have bunched up, it has worked out. And Conundrum, again, that third man racing back.
Yeah, they're really playing with fire here. Conundrum really pushed up there as the third man. And, you know, one stronger shot, one that's a little bit more of a boom, and that one's going to be in the back of the net. And again, we see all three players inside of the box there for the Atlas. That's really dangerous. I understand if you're trailing, but right now I feel like play back a little bit more. Don't play passive, but don't play so risky.
They are on a fine line of overextending and just playing regular offense off the backboard. Stratus sends it into the stratosphere, puts his team up 2-0.
And I mean, hey, I don't mind. I guess you can be really aggressive. You can send your third man in there as Conundrum's just escaping the box there.
They wanted that insurance goal.
Yeah, hey, I mean, that's what
I don't blame them.
Yeah, and in this series, that's what actually, this game has been really unique. The Atlas third man has been really aggressive. Conundrum's been sitting back a lot in this series because he knows that he has that one-on-one ability, has that defensive potential, but he's been playing for it. He's been helping to give them opportunities. Now Stratus, chance with a bump there. Wanted to make it 3, but Burf able to dodge it and get the counter now.
Stratus, not the touch he wants, off the backboard. Wolf gonna Goomba his own teammate. Trying to work this one inside, off the backboard and down. Just couldn't find the angle. Final minute, Burf straight to Nate. He'll be happy to send that one to the corner.
Yeah, and right now it feels like the Atlas might be a little bit flustered on defense, but it doesn't matter. There's not a lot of time left as they actually might have a chance for another goal here. Conundrum puts that one out mid. Stratus, he can't get to it. And that one, I thought he was in a pretty good spot as the third man, but must have been a little forward.
Dicey's there, and Stratus just fans on it. But hey, that is why you push for that insurance goal. You know, you have 39 seconds. You're still in the lead, but you got to play flawlessly here.
Yeah, and of course, one mistake and this thing might be over, especially down 3-1 in the series. Made it Nate looking for one off the backboard.
Way! Oh my God, Nate.
Drops that
goal
one.
Of the year.
It's another highlight goal for him.
Absolutely kidding me.
And hey, that's an insurance goal back right there. You'll take that. I don't think you mind getting burnt on the counterattack. If you come off the kickoff and do that in just the opposite direction. Made It's Nate, another absolute beauty, pulling his team back to that 2-goal lead, giving them a chance to fight for another one. Now he's going to go for the hat trick.
Why not?
Made It's Nate, hat trick here in Game 5, pulling the Atlas forward into the next one.
They've been going for this kickoff play all series long, and a lot of times it's worked out for them. 4-1 for the Atlas. If this isn't a turnaround game in a series, I do not know what is.
Now the question is, though, what changes for the rhythm? Do we see the Atlas be able to continue to push this third man forward, or do the rhythm figure it out and figure out what's going on and just start ripping that ball farther downfield? As that's a nice fake out mid there. Stratus puts that one top shelf. Wolf with a great save. Going to give Conundrum a chance in the corner, but he's just trying to stall out time. He doesn't need to do anything more. Just kill these last 10 seconds.
Don't give the minute. Momentum.
Yeah, you know, that's all you need to do is Made It's Nate. Looking for a fourth one potentially. Wolf, nice little touch off the corner. Gets the musty. Continues with it as well. His teammates are going to keep it up out of the corner. They're trying to keep it going, but it does drop there. And Made It's Nate, MVP performance here in Game 5. Pushing it to a 6th. That's all you need.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Made It's Nate show. Absolute monster. I don't know if you know that by now. The Atlas, again, still chipping away, down by 1 in this series as we go to Game 6. We'll head to Neo Tokyo, where dreams are made or shattered.
I will say, Rochester Rhythm, I believe they're undefeated on Neo Tokyo in this LAN tournament, because
really
in their other series, it's usually 5 games they're trailing. They win the last 2 to take it back. So
this is true.
I can't guarantee anything, but it might be a little bit of a home map there. I mean, Rochester, they call it the Tokyo of the Midwest. No, they don't. But
okay,
they do. They do.
No.
Yeah.
No. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're having a good time here at the Quarry Arena. Challenger Grand Finals here for the MNCS. We'll have the Premier Finals right after this. And this has been the series we've wanted, Cabbage. It's going deep into the series. Game 6. Potentially the next game. I'm not going to say those 2 words.
I gotta watch out. Last time you yelled at me. I mean, hey, last time I said those words, we
it
went
did
there.
happen.
So
you
know, I don't think there's much you can take stock in for me, but like you said, Neo Tokyo for Game 6. What do they have in store? Can the Atlas make it happen and give us some more Rocket League?
And for the Atlas, I think you got to play with that same fire you had in Game 5. You can't give the rhythm any wiggle room. It's a good challenge from Burf. Going to be a difficult read for Conundrum. Right to Stratus. Conundrum had to get that one upfield with an early challenge. Nate's being bullied. Burf's going to bury.
And I honestly don't think even the bump I don't think did much there. It was just such a nice touch by Burf. He puts that off the sidewall, reads it perfectly. I don't think Nate gets to that one regardless. And yeah, no, that one's out of reach there. He puts it in such a good spot, and that's what Burf brings to the table. He has that finishing ability and gives the Rhythm an early lead in Game 6.
Conundrum able to win the 50. Nate off the backboard. Wolf's going to get this one up high. Wolf carrying this one, helps it out to the side, almost dropped it dead center.
And again, that's another weird touch there for the Atlas. They just put it off the sidewall, and they're gonna get burned. They just gave the ball away. I don't know why Stratus felt the need to go for that one and just put it off the sidewall. Because yeah, you know, or at least just let it go to the corner. Don't put it back out mid, because it allowed Dicey send that one mid. Burf has a chance on the counterattack, and it's in the back of your net. Just leave that up there and make the Rhythm actually do something with it instead of giving them a free possession.
Stratus, chance to redeem himself here. Off the backboard, just short. Nate's going to clean up. And the Atlas say not so fast.
And that's kind of been the pattern here for the Atlas, is they make a kind of grave mistake and then they redeem themselves. So we'll take it. That's not that bad for Mankato. And I mean, Made It's Nate, tough angle to finish on there. That one
difficult,
really difficult going across the net. You got to cut back there. Gets enough on it that the defenders just can't do anything, and that cuts the lead back.
That's where all those hours of free play come in. Stratus almost getting away with one.
Yeah, the weight room almost open on that one, but just a little shy, as he'll have a chance here once again. Dicey's going to cut that one out mid. Made it Nate with a demo. Does that open anything up? No, it actually opens a counterattack. Burf with a hat trick in the first 90 seconds, and how does a demo lead to that?
Nate got the demo on the Wolf, pushed up field.
I don't quite understand that one there. Somebody has to be attacking if you're going to go for that demo.
The communication has to be there. They're like, hey, I'm beat.
Exactly. You can't really...
So you can button hood back.
Can't go for the demo there when it's not necessary.
3-1 for the Rhythm, 3:30 to go. Gotta hold on to claim it all. And you got to think to yourself, it's just another game of Rocket League. But when you're here, you're not sitting at home. You got a crowd in front of you. The lights are flashing. You can hear the roar of the crowd and the casters. It just doesn't become another game.
Yeah, but the Rhythm doing a great job pouring some pressure on here. They want to make sure that they can just snuff out any flame the Atlas have in Game 6. Any chance they have, any response they have is just immediately shut down as Nate diving up for that one, but Dicey beats him there. Dicey a little soft touch out towards mid. Conundrum's going to miss on that one. Made it Nate. Huge save off his own backline there to put that one out of a dangerous spot for a moment, but Burf on the sidewall now dropped down. Made it Nate. Nice touch around one there, but Wolf drops back and takes care of it. Go off the sidewall here now as Conundrum challenges there. Stratus once again trying to go for this one. Nice pinch out mid, but unfortunately just a little soft. That might open something up, and Wolf's going to put it back out mid. Burf's going to bury it. 4 for 4, 4 shots. 4 of them have ended in the back of the net, and the Rhythm looking so good to claim this one here.
And for Wolf, I know he was trying to score this one, but it was almost better he put it off the backboard because he had a defender set in front post. And again, Burf there to bury, and this one might have just buried the hatchet.
Yeah, this one might be all done and dusted unless there's something really heroic here for the Atlas. They look so comfortable with the Rhythm. They just look like they're ready for this one, and it's no surprise. They are the #1 team in Challenger. They are the team that's been so difficult to beat. Second in the first major, first place in the following major, and just so good throughout the season is why we expect them to do well here.
Final 2 minutes, Atlas need a lot, but they got to start with 1. Got to make it a 2-goal deficit before you can really do anything, before you can start thinking about a 0-second goal. But for the Rhythm, they're just solid on backline defense.
Yeah, that's the thing for the Rhythm. Because you kept pouring that pressure on, because Burf kept on putting goals away, you don't need to do much. You can just keep on ripping it downfield, keep going back and collecting boost. Maybe you usually dive forward and go for the offensive pressure, but instead, regroup, grab some boost, and just sit back. You've got 90 seconds left to claim this one, and you've looked so comfortable with, especially with how the Atlas have looked so uncomfortable in some of these situations. They don't look like they know what to do when they've got possession or they've got an opportunity.
Stratus collects on his back line, getting this one up to Nate. Down to Conundrum. Bert's going to shut that down. That would have been a phenomenal tic-tac-toe. But it's just whatever the Atlas try, it just never seems to be enough. As there's always a Rochester player there and waiting. There's 2 players behind the ball for Rochester. Nate, not a lot of boost, not a whole lot he can work with. Conundrum's beat. Stratus on the goal line, final 40.
Yeah, I think Burf almost had a 5th goal on that one there. Dicey sends it to the opposite post, and then it is saved by Stratus. So nicely done there, but I think with 35 seconds left, this might be wrapped. Burf goes with a fake. Wolf puts it away, and 32 seconds to see if they can take it. I think they will.
And who else?
Yeah.
We've talked about him all weekend. The fact he is playing for 2 of the Rochester teams this weekend. The chance that he could double up, be the first player to win 2 grand finals in a season.
Well, you talk about Wolf as well. I mean, a player who's up there amongst the names of how have they not won a LAN title yet?
Yes.
They've been so close so many times.
Since season 3, I want to say.
He's been a sub, he's been a starter, he's had everything, but it just never seems to be enough. And this might finally be his chance. He's a starter. He's got 10 seconds to put this one away, and I think he'll do it here. Dives in on that one, rips it downfield, puts it back out mid, and that will really be all done and dusted. Dicey wants one more, but it's going to be just wide, and Wolf will do it here with the Rochester Rhythm, your Season 7 Challenger champions!
Just what a phenomenal series. It almost went the distance, Cabbage. This is what we wanted. And for the Atlas, probably the worst game they had was the one where they were on their last life.
Yeah. I honestly think you can say that the Atlas didn't have a great one here, but I think credit to the rhythm. That
Yes.
was such a good game, and Wolf and Dicey both putting in so much work to set up Burf for success. You know, there's only 2 assists on the 4 goals that he scored there, but creating space, creating distractions, just causing that awkwardness back on defense to open up the space. Burf doing his job, cleaning up. He's not missing. He's not putting easy shots on net. He's putting it where it needs to go, and that's what makes the difference here.
And Wolf, he gets one off. You can check the first box. And with that, we're going to quick send it down to ISO up front for the medal ceremony for our Season 7 Challenger League champions.
All right, give it up for your Season 7 Challenger champions. We've got the inimitable Wolf. We've got Burf, former MNCS champions. And we have the greatest GM in MNCS history, Dicey. Long road to LAN, paying off for the Rochester franchise. Who's ready for Wolf Round 2 in the Premier Grand Finals coming up next? Thank you guys so much for a stellar season. Can't wait to see this last match. Hope you all have a great break. Back to you, Stream Team.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go.
I'm feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shade if you wanna hide away. We just have you trying to play second feels up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shade if you wanna hide away. We just have you trying to play second feels up in the memory bank. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's open tonight. We get funky. Gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Gon' make you move from side to side. Gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Get like gon' get you through this for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky. Let's Hand out she holds, it's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't